Oh, goodness. I better start this. Oh, hi there. And we're live. In the background there, Mr. Todd Burns, Mr. James Carlson, our buddy Daniel, who's the proud owner of a new Brautag system. Here to learn on it. We are brewing live right now from beautiful Comanche, Texas. We appreciate you joining us. I don't know what's going on anymore. How is it going? We are also testing out. So, Todd, no expense spared, has got like extremely fast upload today here at headquarters. It's like 100 megs up. So I tried the ultra low latency. So I'm going to try that. Whenever you guys are chatting with me, in theory, I should be like in real time. I'll see your comment and I'll go, hey, cool comment. And you'll hear me immediately and go, oh my gosh, that's ultra low latency. According to YouTube, it says it's working. So we'll test that. Let us know in the comments below where you're at. Are you brewing today? Or are you playing hooky at work watching us? I'm playing hooky at work, pretending to do something important. Who let him out? Murray's here too. Hey Todd, you can throw him back in the office. I don't know who let him out. Oh, you can go throw him in my office. En mi oficina, por favor. No necesito ahorita, pero en mi oficina. Oh, no, in the Todd. Yeah, I see. Anyway, how's it going? Sorry, it is chaos. Let me go back to that. Look at these cameras. Look at these views. That's the main brew camera. Overhead cam for when we got the mash going. Picture in picture. It's going to be a good brew day. We're brewing a Dusseldorf Altbier on the Brautag HERMS system. It is a 20-gallon system, which yields 15 to 18. And, I should have put the link in the description below. Go to Brautag.com. You can do that. There's multiple retailers, kegconnection.com being your primary. Keg Outlet also carries it. And it's a system that we've developed in-house and that we're very proud of. So they are helping. So Daniel, who found the system through the podcast, never brewed before. At all. It's fantastic. I love it. I was like, for some reason I thought he was an extract brewer. So I was like, oh, this would be good because he's jumping from extract right into all grain and he's doing it on a Brautag. That's going to be fantastic. And he gets here and he's like, no, I've never brewed. I was like, ever? This is great. This is like the dream. It's the dream. Anyway, though, let me get back to that multicam if I can. There we go. Show you what we're doing. Like I said, I have a mic over there. Let's see how that microphone is working.
Thing on the recipe.
Yeah. Okay.
So there's calculators for that, and usually if you get a recipe somewhere, it'll tell you what it's supposed to be. But we have a calculator. If you go to Homebrew Happy Hour, we've got the calculator on there, and it'll tell you exactly. You put in the pounds of grains and what you want to do. So the most confusing thing about it is, they're like, what do you want the ratio to be? And it could be, people do it everywhere from 1 to 1 to 1 to 2, and we usually do 1 to 5.
Yeah, I would say with this system, with this false bottom and everything, you want to keep it at 1.5 to 1 grain ratio.
Okay.
1
Yeah.
grain ratio.
So that's,
if you go lower than that, it puts too much stress on the false bottom, and we want a nice, easy flow.
Okay. Cool.
and you're talking. So what we're talking.
What's going on? Doug says, good morning. Thanks for sharing. Oh, brew day tomorrow. Fantastic. Yeah, Saturdays are usually the easier day to work out a brew day unless you do this for a living, which I'm fortunate to be able to say we do. But I like weekday brew days because it always takes up a work day. And then it's for work. So if I just bring in fancy equipment and set it up, he thinks I'm working. Win-win. If you're just joining us, because it looks like we got a lot more people coming in live, we are doing Brew Day Live from headquarters in beautiful Comanche, Texas, brewing a Dusseldorf Altbier. Todd right now is going over some of the basics with our new friend, Daniel, who has never brewed before, but brought us a system, bought a Brautag system. So what the process is when you buy a Brautag from us is that controller on the wall. I need to switch back. I wish I had a controller cam. That controller on the wall is part of his system. It is his. We don't brew on your kettles or your tubing or any of that, but we do a brew day with your controller so that we can make sure it's properly calibrated So your first brew day is going to be basically ready to go out of the box. You take it up, you set it up, and you should be good to go. Obviously, like with any system, there's always going to be, little tweaks that you have to do or learn as you set it up at your place. But we try to make this as ready to go out of the box as possible. So they're going over that with Daniel right now and also talking about kind of the brew process. So let's tune in.
You want to be red as actual. This one in the middle is your mash tun. This is where all the sugars are created.
Yeah.
And that top one is the inlet, the bottom one is the outlet.
Got it. Oh, okay.
So most systems just have one on the bottom. We
Yeah.
actually have one on the top and one on the bottom.
Okay.
So you can print out the whole directions if you go to the website here
Mhm.
for this one and just look for Auber, but this is basically this is called the Easy Boil. There's two controllers on here. These two are Easy Boils, and this one is the SYL, and they calibrate differently. But this is how you calibrate the Easy Boil. So you just take. You don't really. There's really not much on. This is just telling you what these mean. So you're looking for PB, and that's a temperature reading offset. So if I push this and hold it down, see how it says mash, enter a boil or system.
Mm-hmm.
You go over to system, click it again, and you want to go click until you get to PB. Okay, so this one has already been adjusted at some point.
Yeah, I brewed on it a while back.
Okay, so
So what is that for?
it's at 4, yeah, which seems to be just about right. It's about half a degree off, but that's not. I mean, that's the difference between where this probe is and where I'm sticking the thermometer. It's,
Yeah.
you don't have to worry about something like that. And it'll go back to.
I feel like one of those golf commentators because I don't want to talk too loud to disrupt them. So I have the microphone here. I can whisper. But if you're just joining us, we're going to be mashing in soon. Again, our buddy Daniel, who's up here, he just bought a system. He lives in not too far from us. He lives a little bit more north than I do, a few hours away from here. So he came up to learn how to brew on the system in our HQ, and then he's going to be taking it home. We're using his controller to make sure it's properly calibrated before he goes home, and all the other stuff will just load up in his SUV. Fred's in the chat, not brewing, but I will be kegging my Belgian wit. Fred, I got your voicemail. I heard it this morning. Brilliant. I'm putting it on next week's episode. I didn't know it was you at first because I read the transcription, and it was like, you spend way too much time. And I was like, oh, no, who is this? So I listened to it through our app, and it was brilliant. Danny, what's going on in the chat? I'll have to let James know you're joining us. You should be jealous. We are very fortunate to have as many brew days as we've been having lately. And I'm surrounded. Let me see if I can get this camera turned around. In this conical right there, that spike, we've got James's Hellas. It tastes delicious. I know it's only 11 in the morning. Don't judge me, Mom. I had to try it. I didn't drink. I just had to try it. And then over here in what we call Big Bertha, that's James's old Blickman Fermenata. We will be putting this batch of Dusseldorf Altbier that we're brewing today. Clay in the chat should hit my boil and my pale ale here in about 5 minutes. Right on. What was I thinking about pale ale? Oh, we took a question on this week's episode about a pale ale that was sitting too long. That's what it was. I was thinking, why is pale ale fresh on my brain? It takes a beer to make a beer. That is true. It takes a beer to make a beer. So let me get back to, I don't know what they're talking about because my headphones, I've muted their mic. Let's see what they're saying.
Yeah, no, appreciate it.
And the fact that they're so much easier to calibrate than some other controllers. That was one of the reasons why we decided to use what we use on that controller is those controllers are easy.
So we had a spike system before, and it's a wonderful system, but it was very hard. The controllers can be very complicated.
Got it.
So, and then we built another system, and we used different controllers, and they were very complicated. So they were easy for James to use, but they weren't easy for me to use. So they have to be easy for me to use because I'm kind of a simpleton. And then if we can get them to where they're easy for Josh to use, we know we've really dialed it in. So,
You know we're live. I don't know if you know that.
So anyway, that's
Danny in
cool.
the chat cleaning out my Robo. Oh, I saw that go. I was up here, Danny, when they shipped it out, and I was thinking, well, first off, I didn't know we had a new Robo Brew in the warehouse, and it was on the pallet. I thought we received it. I go, why did we order a Robo Brew? We had one at the barn, I thought, but that was the mash and boil. And then I was like, and then I confused it with the Grainfather, and James was like, Danny got it. So I was like, oh no way, that's fantastic. Enjoy it. That one with the pump is a phenomenal value for all grain, all in one electric brewing. Like, it's super nice. That one and the Grainfather are my two favorite in regards to features and cost. Obviously, the Grainfather is super expensive. I didn't pack your order. Why didn't I throw in stickers? I didn't pack your order. And I think we're out of stickers. We use stickermule.com, used them a bunch. I ordered a ton in October, and they blame COVID on, like, oh, it's going to be delayed and blah, 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 blah. And I never followed up with them. So I need to go with, like, a different vendor, like maybe Printing or Vistaprint or something. I don't know. I hear my dog. I'm going to go scold him and beat him real quick. Just kidding, PETA. But I am going to go make sure he's okay. Let me unmute this.
Got
And
it.
the amount of grains that you pour in there.
Put the camera on there, and I'll be right back.
And there's calculators on there. If you go to, again, Homebrew Supply, we have calculators for almost all
Happy
size.
Hours.
I mean,
Homebrew Happy Hour.
what did I say?
You said Homebrew Supply.
Yeah, that was an old website we used to have.
I'm just looking at the element here. You can always tell when it's putting full power out. You can see bubbles coming off the element.
Oh, okay.
Just kind of running through its paces real quick. Sometimes if you're close to target, it'll start tick-tocking. In other words, it'll go up and down, and it's trying to the way those PIDs work is it tries to guess where it needs to be, and then it adjusts itself. You know, they're pretty ingenious little controllers.
So you're trying to get the mash temp to 156?
Mm-hmm.
The HLT.
The HLT, okay.
Yeah. And this actually, but like I said before, if you're off a few degrees, don't worry about it, because of the fact that it's temperature controlled and it's circulating through the HERMS, it'll stabilize pretty quick.
Okay.
And this right here is about 30 pounds of grain, and this will produce. This is an Altbier recipe.
Oh, okay.
It'll do like 5% alcohol. We're gonna try to do about 18 gallons of beer.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Which you have to really push the boil pot, but nice steady boil, and you can get. Well, I did a Hellas in that conifer there. I did 18 gallons.
Oh, wow.
You gotta watch over it, because you don't want it boiling over. There's not a lot of headspace left when you're trying to push it. And what he's doing right now is he's trying to get the
I'm being impatient. I want to get it started, so I'm putting some of this hotter water in here, and I'm going to put it back, so it's not raising it much, though, is it?
And the cool thing about having the controller is you can actually dial it up a little, like I did earlier.
Yeah.
Like go to 170, it heats it up faster, and then you can play around to get where you need to be by just using more power into the element. One thing you got to remember when you do that is once you do your initial mash in, you got to turn that back down to where you want to be.
Got it.
I
Yeah.
did that 2 weeks ago and wasn't paying attention. And I turned around and looked, and I was almost at 170 degrees. And on my mash, which
I knew that, yeah. Which is,
you can kill any kind of starch conversion if you don't watch it.
got it. So do you have water running into that?
Dang,
You know,
Danny.
we've
Just
got
saw
a
your
little RO,
comments.
set up.
Dang. I like that. Got a nitro system too. Seems properly Irish of you to be brewing stouts. Irish stouts.
And that's what these are. They're just real fine membranes that pass the good water through and bypass the bad water. And that's what the black hose is for.
So you've got a 2-to-1 ratio. You've got 2 parts bad water coming out and 1 part good water going in. And you can actually change that, so.
Okay, cool.
We got it up 1 degree.
Yeah, it won't take it long. It's the heating element's on. So once we get where
I
we
did.
need to be, then we
Someone
can
told me
back-
you were
back
Irish.
off.
What I normally do if I'm brewing the next day, I like to brew early in the morning when I'm like on a weekend or something, just so I have the rest of the day.
Yeah.
So a lot of times I'll start pretty early, and what I'll do is I'll heat the water up the night before,
Uh-huh.
and then I just throw like a blanket or something on top of it. You don't have to do that. I'll heat it all the way up, have both kettle while I'm watching TV and stuff, have both kettles at the right temperature, and then I'll turn it off. And then the next morning, I'm not trying to heat it from 70 degrees. I'm just
yeah.
trying to heat it from like 130 or
Oh, okay.
140, so it really speeds up the brew day.
Oh, that's,
Which is what we did. We turned it on yesterday before we left work, so we weren't working with super cold water, especially this time of year.
yeah.
So
How long does it normally take to get up to temp if you're starting like cold with dead cold water?
it takes a while if you don't preheat it like we do. It takes what about
About an hour. I think you can
Yeah, a
get
little
there in
over
an
an
hour.
A little over an hour?
It really depends a lot on how cold the temperature your start is. So, in the middle of the winter, sometimes my water is 60 degrees. And in the summer, it can be 90 degrees.
Yeah,
So there's
that's
a 30-minute difference there, so.
Cool.
We all smashing?
We're just waiting on the mash tun to get up to temp.
Nice. Where are we at?
It goes slower if
152.
you watch it.
Oh, we're close.
153.
We close.
Yeah. And the cool thing about all of this, like I said, the temperature is important, but the initial, when I was doing it with coolers, you had to nail that temperature exactly. So you need to know your grain temperature, your initial infusion of water, that temperature there's a lot of things that you had to do to hit that mashing temp.
Yeah.
Because once you hit it, you closed it, we threw blankets over the cooler and it let it set for an hour.
You couldn't do anything after that though, right?
No,
If you
yeah,
didn't- if you
you
didn't have
you
it.
could stir it a little bit, but if you got too carried away, then you'd lose temperature also. But with these, it's cool. You just set it where you want to be. It's got recirculation. It'll get there quick. It's really incredible what we can do with a system like this. And the thing that I like about a 3-vessel Herms is you can set your profile for your beer. You like a bigger body beer,
Mhm.
you can mash at a higher temperature. If you like a crispy, lighter beer, you can mash at a lower temperature. The beta is where
Okay.
you get the short sugars, and those get completely consumed by the yeast. The alpha is at the higher temp. It's in the 150s, and
Okay.
it'll create long sugar chains, and the yeast eat the ends and leave the middle, and that creates body and sweetness.
Oh, okay.
So if you're doing a stout, you would want to be in the alpha range
Yeah.
because you want that to balance out the hops and just the whole makeup of the beer is it's a chewier beer, you could say.
Yeah.
It's sweeter, and that's the alpha side.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you want a real dry lager or pilsner, you want to mash in the beta range. The trade-off is the beta sugars you won't create near as much as you will with alpha.
Mhm.
So you play around with your efficiency and your grain bill, and you can get exactly where you want to be on a certain style of beer.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's my favorite is a lighter pilsner or light lager beer
Uh-huh.
because I like to have more than
More
one.
than one,
So
yeah.
I want to be 4.5% alcohol by volume.
Yeah.
I'm not a real big alcohol beer guy.
Got it.
But this is really cool to do both. You can do both. You can design your own recipe, your own style of beer exactly the way you want it, but just manipulating the temperatures. Okay, so we're about a temperature off from pouring in our grain. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get us back to where we want to be, and I want to mash at 150.
So you always push it once
Mhm.
you adjust it? If you don't push it, what happens? It just resets back to the original temperature?
Exactly. It just
Okay.
goes back to where it was originally set. So I'm going to say we're good here. We're within a degree. So let's go ahead. If you want to,
And you're doing the top one that's coming out of here, right?
That's correct.
Got it.
So what we're gonna do is, if you will just do this, back and forth, and I'll pour the grains. We just don't wanna have dough balls. And, oh, and I meant to tell you, if you look down in there.
Yeah, there's the handle there.
Yep. Let me turn the wort pump off. If you look down, you see that ring under the false bottom, and barely make it out.
Oh yeah.
That's a support ring. That's very important. If you don't put that in there under the false bottom, it'll collapse.
Oh, okay.
So that's a support ring just to keep the false bottom in place.
Got it.
Because it's like a hydraulic press when you're running liquid through this, and it'll. So remember to always put that trust me.
Or if you do, you only do it once.
Yeah, that's right. You just call me and I'll take care of it for you.
Yeah, if you forget, you gotta take all the grain out,
Yeah.
clean it, put it back in it. I've done that before, and I've always been able to salvage the, beer. I forgot to put the false bottom in before.
Yeah.
What do you have to do at that point? You just have to pour it in another kettle and then put it in.
That's exactly what you have to do. I mean, you can get a little,
I can.
yeah, you can break it up, kind of stir it and break it up. We still have another bucket. But I think because of the fact that we're recirculating the whole time, I don't think I've ever had a dough ball. Have you?
I stir, quite a bit, so, no, I've never had any issue. You got that big pedal there too, if you need.
It's good take, isn't
Yeah.
it? Smell, I love that
It
smell.
smells, I was gonna say, it smells so good.
See how good it's flowing?
Yeah.
While you're brewing, a lot of times it'll start to slow down the flow. And then you just take, what I do is not just stir it, but go down and then gently just pull it up from the bottom and turn it over.
Oh, okay.
And you'll open up your flow again, so,
And you can go ahead and switch to the paddle,
yeah.
and then you feel like a real brewer when you got a big mash paddle like that. Just watch the handle on the false bottom. So when you're working off the bottom, just be easy on the mat on the false bottom. Because we had Todd had made a really nice mesquite mash paddle, and it had kind of hooked ends on the
Yeah.
top, and he got it underneath that handle, and it lifted the false bottom up enough to get grains to
Oh,
wash
like
underneath.
it, yeah.
But generally, what I do, and I'll show you how I do it, is I'll take it like this, and I'll just,
Yeah.
you can feel it on the bottom.
See how the flow starts to really
Oh.
increase when he does that?
Yeah.
So if you do that, it'll,
Yeah.
every once in a while, you'll have to do that, cause it'll just get really compacted.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter when you're sparging because you're not taking that much liquid out at one time. You actually don't want a whole bunch of liquid at one time. But it can get a little slow, when you're doing the mash.
I just kind of have to feel my way around the bottom of the false bottom.
And just not make sure to.
Did you start a
clip that
timer?
handle.
Not yet. Oh, that's another thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
just kind of gently, you can feel it on the bottom. Just
So-
kind of move it around.
On the timer, you just go up and down here. So, and then you hit it again, you can go up and down here. Generally what we will do is, put it on 60 and then you just hit restart and it'll start it. So this one will move, this one won't, cause that one's just basically telling you what it
Oh,
is.
so that shows you like where you set it at?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you've got where you want to be and where you're at.
So we're doing a 60-minute mash, so we set it on 60.
Got it.
I almost said 90 because I was just looking at the recipe, it's 90.
And see where we're at on our top. So that's actually the one I look at.
Okay.
Because that tells you what's happening here. So we're about a degree off, but we also have some heat soak that's still going to continue to, it might keep that up a little bit, but
Mhm.
don't worry about it. It will eventually stabilize down. That bottom number will always be cooler than the top number.
Got it. Always, even when there's no grain in there too, or?
For the most part, and I think mainly too, because It's the sensor's mounted outside, so you get a little temperature loss here.
Oh, okay.
I definitely notice temperature loss here too, particularly if you have a longer hose on.
See now, feel that, feel the bottom of that now. See, it's not as compacted.
Oh, yeah.
And that, when you can get it, you don't have to sit there and stir it the whole time, but every now and then I think it helps efficiency to mix them up a little bit.
That's flowing good too.
Yeah.
That looks real good. I wish I could zoom in on these USB
And it
cameras.
makes a big difference, and you can kind of feel the handles kind of right in this area right here. But as long as, here's my thing on that, as long as you can get that all flowing, sometimes what can happen if you don't stir it enough is it will tunnel in certain sections where there's least resistance. It's going to want to move that way.
Yeah.
And what happens then is you're not getting efficient rinsing of all the grains, so you're not extracting as much sugar as you could possibly get, which is the whole reason why we're doing
Or
this.
just, yeah. Okay.
And really, it's that simple. We're just soaking grains at a certain temperature for a certain amount of time. Those are going to convert it. Those starches will convert into sugars. Those sugars get separated and put in a boil pot. We boil, add the hops, ferment, bang, you got beer.
So how long do you actually do this?
This is, I do it like every 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Just when you start seeing the flow slow down. That's mine, right?
Yep. Oh, we've got sparkling water on tap if you want some.
Well, we did.
Well, no, he
And we will again soon.
Where do you normally store this?
What I do is I just do this.
You leave it in there? Oh,
Mhm.
okay, cool.
I don't think we had the valves turned off when, two of the disconnects were leaking
Leaking.
on the inside, so they're really old, so we're rebuilding right now.
Okay, good deal.
Someone's here.
UPS.
Oh, okay.
So any questions so far on what we're doing?
No, it all makes sense. Let me see.
Oh, I meant to tell you too, the pumps have neodymium magnets on the bottom. I did that because you can mount them anywhere. You can mount them upside down as long as you got a still shelf.
Oh, cool.
And it's cool because
I don't know what that noise is. What the heck? Someone's doing something with the air compressor. Apologies to all you headphone users like myself. I was also trying to see if this camera is showing the way. Look at the controller. Obviously, that's not what it looks like in real life. But something about that camera is making it. I'm easily entertained. Let me see if that noise is down. Okay, we can go
we've got
back
one
to the
table left.
action.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
We can't get them right now, the
Oh,
suppliers
yeah.
went out of them, but we have one. Yeah, we have
Do
one.
you think it'll fit in my car? With
I don't know. Let's take a
What are you driving?
It's similar to the Forester, so like a Lincoln MKC.
Oh, okay. I bet it will.
So what we may have to do is we may have to just break those.
Audible. They all left. It's on me now to entertain you. Jim, yeah, they were in the middle of the match. I didn't want to address what you were saying, but yeah, I would love to visit the brewery and have it fresh on tap, and ruin it for me here too. But when we were in Prague, there was a Irish pub that had it on tap. Obviously, it's just whatever distributor, but the way they served it, I don't know if European Guinness is different than American Guinness, because we were in Prague, we weren't in Ireland. But it just seemed it was that much better. Obviously, it was being served with nitro, which I think most breweries, or pardon me, bars is how they're serving it there. But can I help? Can I help you?
Huh?
Can I help you? Oh, the camera's right here. The camera's right there.
Is that a camera?
That is the camera. I don't like you. We're talking about. Have you been to Ireland before, Todd?
That is one place I've never been. I've been to Scotland and England, but never Ireland.
They're talking about Jim in the chat was saying that he can't enjoy Guinness over here after having it in Ireland at the brewery, like from the source.
It was very fresh in England too.
Yeah. When I was telling him when we were in Prague how good it tasted at that bar, that Irish pub we were hanging out at, James and I were there while you were shopping with. Wait, was Liz wasn't with us on that trip?
No,
You were shopping for Liz. That's what it was, because we didn't want to shop with you.
huh,
So
that's not very nice.
Danny.
Y'all would rather drink beer than shop?
Absolutely. Danny in the chat saying that Guinness in Europe is brewed in Dublin, while Guinness for the rest of the world is brewed in Nigeria. Interesting. Danny's saying he's also been in that Irish pub in Prague. Yeah, the one right off that main town square thing, which my favorite and also least favorite part of that trip. We happened to be there during the anniversary of like the, what do they call that revolution? Like the tearing of the veil? Not the tearing of the veil. That's Christianity. What was it called? Todd? Like the collapse of the curtain or? Ooh. Yeah. What is that noise? Anyway.
They're working on the road.
Oh, can you close that door? So we were there when they were celebrating like their freedom from communism. And we were in that main square where that ancient clock is and all that. But we had no idea what the day was. And it wasn't that crowded at first. And we're looking at the clock like, this is such a beautiful day, having a good time. And James, who's 19 feet tall, was like, why are there so many people starting to come into the square? And I can't see anything because of the people around us at the time. So I was like, no, he's probably just oversensitive to it. And then sure enough, in like 20 minutes, 100-something thousand people all surrounding us. And we're walking like this. And James and I don't do that well in crowds. And so it was cool to see that many people. But it was like some of them had flares and they're all carrying flags and saying stuff in Czech about how they hate communism probably. It was intense. So we skedaddled through an alley and hid in a bar like off Main Street and ended up having a really good dark Czech Pilsner. So that was one of the highlights of the trip, was going from incredible anxiety to intoxicated on Czech dark Pilsner. So
Let's see if it's sweet yet.
did y'all? It will.
Yeah, just dip your finger in it. You're not gonna hurt it.
Is it gonna fit, James?
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome.
Is it sweet?
Yeah.
It'll just keep getting sweeter and sweeter. What I use,
It's like oatmeal.
yeah, it does, like breakfast cereal. Is I use a refractometer. Oh, by the way, you get all this stuff with this kit. You get a refractometer.
Oh, really?
You get a pH meter if you want to.
There you go,
Mashing,
Gilbert.
I
Yes,
like
the
to
fall of
mash
the
it
Iron
to
Curtain.
5.3 to
Yeah, I mix up
5.5.
stuff. Anyone who's been here for more than a few episodes knows that I mix the names of things, but I won't go down that rabbit trail with y'all.
Just bends light through sugar. And see, we're already almost at 1050. And that's potential sugars. So that tells you where you need to be, and it also tells you the efficiency of it.
Oh, that little tiny line?
Yep, and you can turn that to focus.
Oh, okay. I see it now.
Yeah, so that tells you that we're making sugar. And the easiest way is just, I'll just dip my finger in the circulation, and it'll, you know, I do that every now and then, because it just kind of tells me where we're at. And see, we've only been mashing for 10 minutes,
Yeah.
maybe a little longer, because we didn't hit the timer, but I'm gonna say 10 minutes. It's amazing how quick that can, but you gotta understand too, that we're gonna be doing almost 18 gallons, so our goal is gonna be between 1048 and 1050 on sugars for the full batch.
Got it.
So this is only 13 gallons of work.
Yeah.
So by the time it's diluted to 18, if we stopped right now, we wouldn't be near where we need to be on sugar. So this is going to continue to go higher. So we're probably going to see this, the initial wort, 1060 or higher.
Oh,
But by the
okay.
time we do our sparge, which we're rinsing all the sugars off and putting it into the boil pot, our goal is by the time we have a batch size of 18 gallons, we want to be around 1050.
Got it. Okay.
So-
And that's like, because you're not at 18 now, right? The Sparge will actually you'll be
Exactly.
adding water in there. Okay.
And that's the cool thing of this actually does dual duty. That's the reason why we put RO in here as well, because the water inside here is what we're going to use. Switch some hoses around, and we're going to use it to rinse the sugars in here.
So water will come up here, and then this will
Mhm.
pump basically into here.
So
And it's
I'm going to walk through the circulation diagram. Now we have a real good diagram on our instructions, but basic setup, initial setup is this easiest one is you've got an out to the inlet on the pump, outlet of the pump to the top.
Okay.
The only purpose of that, like I said earlier, is it just circulates and keeps the temperature the same from here to here.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And that makes, the reason why that's important is your coil's about that high.
Yeah,
So if we didn't have circulation, it'd be hotter on the bottom than it is on top.
yeah.
So we wouldn't have consistent temperature exchange throughout the whole length of the coil and not just the bottom.
That makes sense.
To set your mash up, of course, you've got your inlet pump. This is your mash pump. Mash pump's always on the right. Coming out of your mash tun into the pump. The inlet on the pumps is always the center.
Got it.
Because it comes in the center, there's an impeller, it's a magnet connected to another magnet, so there's no permanent connection.
Okay.
And then it goes into the coil, into the HLT, comes out of the coil into the mash tun. That's the complete circle.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, and once you do that a few times, you won't think anything about it. But the first time, you can kind of get things a little wonky job, but it's not a big deal. Once you know in your head how the circulation is supposed to work, it's easy. And
So-
when, go ahead.
Anything that, so the end's actually the one that's actually sucking out, right?
Right, the
And-
tops is output or
Tops
discharge.
output.
Suctions the center,
Ah,
tops
okay.
the discharge.
Got it, end's coming in, okay.
So when we go to a sparge, once we do our sparge, the rinsing of the grains, and we're filling our bowl kettle, all we have to do is this long hose, we shut everything off first. That's very important. Shut all the valves. 'Cause you want hot water all over you, trust
Yeah.
me. Shut
Yes,
the valves.
trust him.
This guy knows all about it. We're gonna take the hose, the long hose, and I always keep buckets, and I'll put the bucket underneath it. You might want some brewing gloves or some kind of rubber gloves that way you don't get
You don't
burned.
get burned, yeah.
And then you'll have to shut all the valves off and you'll bleed that liquid. You can pour it back into the mash tun. There's quite a bit in this hose. This is half-inch ID. Take this hose, set it to the side, and then what you're gonna do is you're gonna move this hose over to here. You're gonna take this hose and you're gonna move it from here to here.
Oh, okay,
And the reason why is you're gonna be pumping into this pot,
yeah.
and this is already pumping water back into here, so you just move this over here, add your sparge arm, and then the theory is, and sometimes it can be kind of tricky, but you want just as much going out as coming in.
Yeah.
You
so
want to
you'll
match the flow.
Open them, almost the same.
Yep. And you don't want to do it fast. You want it nice and slow, 45 minutes. The reason why is you can wash tannins, which are bittering agents, into the wort if you do it too fast.
Okay,
So it's real important to do a nice, slow, gradual sparge, 30, 45 minutes. Don't push it under that, and you'll be fine.
okay.
And people talk about tannins all the time, and it's a bad deal. I don't think I've ever made a beer with tannins. Have you?
No.
Yeah. But
And it's something you'll taste right away?
I think so.
Yeah.
Do you want to give it a stir? We've got good circulation, but like I said, I think stirring is pretty important.
If you're just joining us, we are brewing on the 20-gallon Brautag HERMS setup. We're brewing a Dusseldorf Altbier with our buddy Daniel, who is brewing for the first time. First day brewing on a HERMS system, living the dream. We lot of people joining us on the live stream. I know it's a Friday. Most people save their brewing for the weekend. Let us know if you're brewing, where you're brewing from, and if you're brewing on your sweet Brautag as well. In the chat, hello from Norway again. I love James. He walked
Yeah,
out.
but-
Oh no, I know you're Norwegian. Not gonna put you Johnny on the spot. How do you pronounce these names, man? We get friends from Norway all the time in there, and
I don't mind. I remember going to family reunions, and my aunts and uncles, they screamed at each other, and it was just a normal talking. So
they scream. It's like German, right? Hello, friend from Norway. That's how.
When you do this, you just do this for a few minutes, right?
wish-
yeah, just to break it up. And
I wish
kind
that
of
I
mix
wasn't
it
so
around,
Texan
rearrange the
with the
grains,
speech impediment.
so to speak. But yeah, it looks good. Yeah, it's flowing.
It's
really
flowing
good.
really good. That it is.
And I think one of the things when we were designing this, I wanted a lot of systems, they have a thicker slotted false bottom, and then they have a center pickup.
Mm-hmm.
So
Hey,
in
hey,
other words,
slam-
this
slam that
going
door harder
in
next
a
time.
pipe that goes down in the middle,
Yeah.
and that works fine. The thing I like about this is it's doing the whole grain bed at 2 inches off the bottom of the pot. So
okay.
as long as you have good circulation, you know that you're rinsing the whole area, not pulling from the center. And we've seen differences in efficiency just between the two. The first system I built, Todd, we set it up that way, and it worked fine. He brewed a lot of good. He's a very, very good brewer. But it just seems to. We've never not hit efficient or target, have we, Todd? I don't remember.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I've never not hit my target gravity.
Oh, no, I mean, if anything, sometimes I almost feel like it's too efficient, because I do a recipe and it ends up with higher gravity than I expected, so I'm joking, of course, you can't be, I don't think you should be too efficient.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the good, you can do one or two things if that happens. You can either have stronger beer, or you can add some more RO water and have more beer.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So if you want to get it exactly where you want to be on gravity, just add more RO water and get it in that target range. If you don't want to mess with that, then you just have a little stronger beer.
And you add
So that
more-
reminds me of my I have a t-shirt that says, there's no such thing as strong beer, only weak men.
Love that. So if you wanted to add more RO water, you do it during the spark?
You could, or you could,
just straight add it?
you're going to have some left here.
Mhm.
So when you're doing the boil,
Are you going back out
is
there?
usually when you can
Okay.
tell
I was gonna say, could you slam
where
that
you're at
door
on
any
sugar.
harder?
Mhm.
No,
So a
no,
lot of
please
times what
don't.
I'll do is I'll just pump it back into
You
it.
know I
I'll
can't.
just, sometimes you just dip your bucket and pour it in there, or however you want to do it. You can, you've got this hose, you could hold over and, you know, just add whatever you want to it, or not. No, I always like to have more beer.
Yeah.
And you're gonna lose at least a gallon in the boil. You're gonna boil for an hour. So a lot of times what Todd and I'll do is after we end up at the hour boil, we'll top it back off, create a little bit more volume before we do the cooling.
And we'll actually take a reading. I like to take a reading wherever I'm hitting, so this is 18 gallons, right? So I like to fill it up to 18 gallons and take a reading and see where it is, because if I put more in and go back to 18 or go below that and bring it back up to 18, I know it's going to be back at that same reading at that point, because you've just got the same volume of water. So that's always my baseline. And then if I finish and I'm like, wow, that's got more, that's a little higher than I want, maybe I'll put 19 gallons in and bring it down a little bit, or vice versa.
So you can take the reading before you start boiling?
Well,
Or you take it?
yeah, before I just take it when I first bring it up to 18. So I'm doing the sparge, I'm bringing the water in. I'll bring it up to 18 on purpose, even if I'm going to go over that or under that. Well, if I'm going to go over that, and I say 18 because you may be doing 15, so you may end up taking it up to 17 and then boiling down. But I always stop and take the reading wherever I think I want the amount of beer to be, so that I can see what it will be at that point.
There's your pint glass, and if you want to get some water, it's the one with the lever on it.
Cool.
So, do you?
That makes sense.
I'm gonna look at lunch. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, the one on the right.
The one on the right?
Yep.
It's good water.
Is
That's
that the Topo
another
Chico
thing,
water,
too.
or is that not the Topo Chico from?
No, that's long gone.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Because once you have an RO setup, and then I'm assuming you're gonna have do you already have a kegerator?
No, I have a fridge that I'm gonna use for the time being, but I do wanna build like a keyser or something.
Okay. Yeah, we've got a really good video online on how to do that.
Yeah, I saw that.
And we have all the stuff.
Yeah.
So you can do from high end just a bare bones system we can do.
Got it. Yeah, no, that's next. I'm actually trying to figure out my fermentation. So do y'all do them in conicals?
These chemicals here.
Yeah, we're gonna be using this one. today. This one's got a Hellas in it right now. This is really the only way to go. I mean, I've done buckets, glass carboys.
Yeah.
These with the chiller, I know there's an initial investment shock there, but the fact that you can lager, which means colder fermentation,
Yeah.
and you can cold crash. This one right here, you can, after you do what we call high krausen, where it's most active, it starts to drop.
Mm-hmm.
With a lager, I usually shoot for like 10, 20 gravity, and then we do what's called a diacetyl rest at room temperature.
Mm-hmm.
When I do the diacetyl rest and it's at room temp, I'll put the valve on it, and it will naturally carbonate a little bit, and then I'll top it off. That's what is on it right now with CO2. And then once you're done and you're at your final gravity, then you kick your chiller back on and get it as cold as possible. Mid-30s.
Yeah.
And then just let it do its thing. And that one right there, when you get done, you're literally you're kegging done carb beer. You don't have to force carb it or anything.
Yeah.
It's finished. It's basically a bright tank.
So is that the unitank from them? Or is that because don't they have two? They have the unitank and the conical, right? So like
I
one.
think so. Is that right, Josh?
Yeah, well, Blickman, being the engineers area, they even have the corny unit tank where it's all of the above, like it has a little truck collector on the bottom, and then it is your corny keg when you're ready to start.
Oh, okay, that's right.
This one I think you consider a unit tank.
That one right there, you can't.
Oh, pardon me, I guess
you
technically you have to be able to pressurize for it.
Yeah, that one,
You can't pressure.
the lid's too big. The spike conicals are where you want to be.
Well, and when is Blickman releasing the new one that does?
They've got one coming out. It's not
Yeah.
released yet. People out there watching it, if you know,
Yeah.
you can definitely correct me, but you can't go wrong with either one. They're
No.
good companies.
Very
I
good.
really, really enjoy the fact that we can cold crash, carbonate.
Absolutely, we're taking questions.
Just one.
What you got?
How big is that one?
Total volume on that one.
Let me put myself on the screen. There we go. Yeah, we're taking questions. Of course, we're taking questions.
Full 15 in that.
I should put that in the description. Like, hey, it's a live brew day. Q&A. I look really dorky with this hat backwards. Maybe Todd's onto something. Put it on. Wait a minute. Still look dorky with the hat forward. Yes, we are taking questions. And if you're just now joining us, because it looks like our viewership is fluctuating like a roller coaster, we are doing a live brew day from headquarters in beautiful Comanche, Texas. We're doing a Dusseldorf Altbier. It is Horst Dornbusch's recipe, and it also happens to be what we're sending out to our recipe receiving members of our Trub Club in February. You can learn more at patreon.com/homebrew happy hour, but everyone in here is actually a part of the Trub Club. So that's how you saw the link, unless someone shared our link out there, which we're okay with. If y'all want to, if you're not in the Trub Club already, come join us. Come brew with us. It's fun. All right, in the chat. Okay, so they said they're regularly hitting their gravity target. So what is the target they're using in the recipe? Hey, James. Got a question in the chat. They overheard you saying you regularly hit your target gravity.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the target they are using in the recipe? 75%? I guess talking about brew house
the
efficiency?
efficiency?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the efficiency might be lower. I think we may shoot on recipes for 70%.
Okay.
I believe that's kind of where we want to be. That's average. But of course, the plus side to being over efficient is you either create more alcohol or more beers.
Yep.
So either one's fine.
So your recipes are, you think 70?
I believe that
Is brew house efficiency?
we factored is 70%
Yeah.
efficiency.
Yeah.
Which is not bad. I mean,
No, it's
I would
not bad.
rather not push efficiency and have a better beer.
Yep.
Yeah, you're going to use a little more fermentables, but the trade-off is you have better beer.
Yep.
I know people that's tried to get 100% efficiency, which I don't believe that's possible, but you push other things in the beer that you probably don't want. So
Yeah,
70's
absolutely.
fine.
70, 75, yeah.
Yeah.
And really, too, with your system, that's how it gets determined, right? I mean, like you figure out your efficiency with the system you're using.
Yeah, the cool thing about, we use Brewer's Friend, is when I have it, at the end of my brew day on a given recipe, I have my efficiency set at a certain percentage on Brewer's Friend. Now, when I have the end result, I have exactly what it produced.
Yep.
And those two numbers usually always match.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
If they don't, then you can tweak the recipe, and you can tweak your brew house efficiency by just tweaking the numbers. But you can't overthink things, and I try to keep things simple.
Absolutely. Which, yeah, tying it into what we're doing today, which is why you developed the Brautag in the first place.
Yeah. Keep it simple.
Trying to keep it simple.
Recipe.
Hey, Coy. I've got everything upstairs. How you doing?
It's a busy day in the office today. I like it. Let me go back to this camera. So, yes, if you're in the chat and you've got questions, let me know. Todd and James stepped out, so I'll just delay till they get here to answer your questions. Man, it spiked at one point to like 55. Where'd all you people go? What are y'all doing on a Friday watching this brew? Don't y'all have jobs? What are y'all doing? Let me find the mouse here. And there we go. Mash cam. We are, what's that time on the timer say?
33 left.
33 minutes left in our mash. It's flowing good. Great recirculation going. What is the max grain capacity for that unit? That actually is going to be a James question because I don't want to lie. I know. Well, no, actually, pardon me. I was going to say I know that they brewed a boozy stout, but that wasn't. A barley wine. But I think that was Joe did that on the old Spike. I don't think they've done a barley wine on this one. It's big. I mean, with any system, it's all contingent on how big you're trying to go and what you're okay with yielding in regards to volume. But I don't think Todd has ever not been able to get 15 gallons, even out of the biggest grain builds, which might be, 50 pounds plus, 55 pounds. I'm not 100% sure. Are you guys planning on other configurations of the Brautag, smaller or larger vessels? I've asked that. That's also another James question. Right now, because of how well we've been doing with this one, this has been our focus. It's really hard when we're doing everything in-house. Again, besides the literal making of the kettle, like the whole control panel, James is doing those by hand, and the whole development. They wanted to go with this mainly because that seemed to be the sweet spot of HERMS Brewing, a 20-gallon system that yields on average 15-gallon batches. It works for us because there's 3 of us and we usually do beer trade, but that's also that sweet spot between making it quote unquote worth it to be brewing on a HERMS system and also kind of that middle ground between small batch and if you're going to get up to bigger, smaller batches, if that makes sense. But single vessel was one that I brought up. I go, maybe we could, or a dual vessel, right? The BIAB configuration. I've mentioned it before, and Todd's answer usually is like, yeah, maybe. And so that's all I've ever gotten. But I know for right now and for the foreseeable future, this 3-vessel HERMS is our priority and our focus. Maybe if and when we sell out, or if we ever have, if COVID exposed anything, it's the fragility of the supply chain. So if we happen to have issue sourcing these kettles as we continue to sell this system and we have to readjust and maybe do some kind of single vessel or something, we might. But as of right now, no, the 3-vessel HERMS is our priority. Yes, sir. Oh, are we ordering lunch?
Yes.
Hey, my favorite. Oh, you know what I want. The blackened salmon salad.
Okay.
Yeah. Please. And thank you.
Take a look at this. I'm going to order some lunch. See what you want. You don't have to use a pencil, but you just tell me whichever one you want.
How did their craft beer event go, Todd? Have you talked to them?
Good. Real good.
Yeah. We're getting the harvest, which if you look up Comanche, Texas on a map, or if you come visit us at headquarters, you come to this town and you go, You know, this town though, for as you might think it is, has some of the best dining ever and super affordable. Guanajuato's Mexican restaurant is one of the best enchiladas I ever had in my life. And this place we're having today for lunch, Harvest, very fine dining, but very affordable. I'll show you my blackened salmon salad salmon salad when it comes in, and you'll be like, oh my gosh, was that a 3 Michelin star restaurant? And I'll say, no, they don't do Michelin in Texas, but it could be. So what else do we got in the chat? Jep? Glycol, that scared me. Glycol chiller kicked on. Is someone taking this one home, or will it be on tap at the store? James seemed really excited about brewing an alt beer several weeks ago when we came to the store. You know, I don't want to, if you are a regular that comes by, I don't want to get your hopes up too much, because I'm planning on taking a 5er home. I know Todd's going to have a 5er at the barn. I imagine James is going to take his 5er for his home. But that's also contingent on if they let me take 5 home. I haven't. Normally, they require a sacrifice, a barter from me. Like, oh, I brewed this Grolsch, and I'll trade you for that alt. I don't have beer for them to trade on this one. I've already traded Todd for the Lemon Drop Pilsner. So I'm going to try to get a 5er of this, so I don't think it'll be on tap here. Danny says, according to Brewer's Friend, for 9 pounds of my grain bill, it says I'll need to go 0.31 gallons per pound of water to grain ratio. Does that sound right? Oh my God, you're making me do math in my head. What would be, I normally do quart or 1.25 quart per pound. So, or 1 quart per pound. So, what would 0.31 gallons be in quarts? Like 1 point. That seems right. Yeah, that seems right. 0.31 gallons seems right. Because what would that? Yeah. Yes, I think that's going to be fine. And I would trust the software. Ultimately, software calculations have not failed me. That was if you didn't catch our last brew day that we did on New Year's Day, I was brewing on the G40 from Grainfather. And one of the things that I enjoyed the most, being a man of efficiency, not laziness, but efficiency, I enjoyed the software holding my hand through the process. And I plugged in all the details about my grain, my hops, what my schedule should look like, and it just told me, like, yeah, here's how much water you should put in for maximum yield and getting out of this, or to hit your numbers that we think you're going for. And so if Brewer's Friend's telling you the 0.31, that sounds about right. I've invited myself to the barn next week. Sorry, I just saw that. Yeah, hey, I invite myself to the barn every other week. I don't know when I started staying there, but I don't think it was by an invitation at first. It was more by like, hey, I'm staying here now. I'm going to share a bottle or two of my blackberry mead. Oh, that sounds fantastic. Blackberry mead. We have our buddy Kenny, brewer of Seville. Shout out to him. Bring the podcast back. We have a bottle of his. I think his is blackberry mead as well. It's been sitting for a while. Let me mute Todd. He's so loud. It's been sitting a while, but that with mead, that's fine. That's ideal. And I've been trying to find a reason to open it. I was gonna be up here during the Christmas time, but COVID kind of messed that up. Some people in the office were sick during Christmas, and so we didn't have a Christmas traditional kind of company Christmas party, because that's when I was going to open up the mead and just get sloshed, but we didn't. So maybe I'll find another reason to open it. And Todd's got a mead that's growing, but I think he wants to give it a year before he bottles it. Is that right, Todd?
That's 35 pounds.
He's not listening to me. So yeah, back to grain capacity. I figure 15 gallons of beer, say 7% at 75% efficiency, seems about 50 pounds of grain. I will take your quote and read it to James when he comes in. But that seems 50 pounds. That might. Hey Todd, I got a question for you.
Sure.
That then we'll ask James too. What do you think is maximum grain capacity on this bad boy?
I don't know. I'm going to do a Belgian quad next, or a double. I haven't decided yet. Depends on what yeast I can find.
Yeah.
But, and it's going to use a a lot of grain. I don't know.
Well, here-
I've used, I've used like basically a whole bag before, and it held it, but it's
Which would be 55
yeah for our 50
or 50.
depends on where you get
It does depend on where we get it from.
Yeah.
It's hard to hear.
So I've done, I think, I've done some that are 40, 45 quite a bit, but I've never actually tried to capacity, take
Jonathan in the chat is saying that he figures 15 gallons of, say, like a 6 to 7% beer at 75% efficiency must be around 50 pounds of grain.
Yeah.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, and we get pretty consistently. We get about 80%
Oh, okay.
efficiency. I used to always set my recipes at 75, and I was always going over. So I'm starting to set them out at 80.
Okay. Yeah, Henry in the chat, let me know if I'm also muted. I happen to have a mic right in front of my mouth. The other one is a condenser mic that's up there that I'm having to adjust up and on because I couldn't get people to wear the clip-ons. So we're not going with that today. But if mine is too low, I can bump it up. I think in the software here, that should probably resolve it. If it doesn't, let me know, and I'll also, let me see if I bump it up right there. That should help as well. Yeah, if it ever gets too loud and we're clipping, y'all let me know too. In my ears, it's always hard when you do these streams with all the components of the board and going to the computer and the different microphones. But I think we have it in that sweet spot. I can hear Todd really well. Yeah, me too, man. Hauntingly well, I think is the adjective that I would use to describe how I hear Todd. And I wish I could get this chat on the main screen. I wish I could get the camera to turn around to show y'all. We have this complicated setup, but it seems to be working. I've been happy with it. And again, the internet up here,
What dressing do you want for your salad?
been super happy with.
Vinaigrette, fine.
We've got 100 meg upload. So we're supposedly doing this in like basically real time according to YouTube. So if y'all are in the chat and I see it and I respond, let me know if it has been pretty quick to when you've typed it, because that's the setting I chose. YouTube recommended it. They say, hey, why don't you pick the ultra low latency? Henry, a little better? Okay, good. It should be, like I said, I use OBS, which is a free broadcast software suite, and it's showing me in the higher end of the yellow on the audiometer or audio meter. So in theory, if I push it too much more, it's going to probably clip, or you're going to hear me like this, and nobody wants that. But anyways, got a good crowd coming. Let me go to the mash cam, and I think we're darn near getting ready to sparge. What are we? 21 minutes left on it. Danny's asking, do I still think Pittsburgh is on this year for HomebrewCon? I don't. But I'm a pessimist, Danny. The first year of COVID, 2020, I thought, they're never going to cancel it. This is their flagship show. They'll figure out a way. And they, gone. And then last year, I was like, we're pretty much, gotten through the rough part. They won't cancel HomebrewCon. Bam, gone. How long did they wait last year to cancel? I feel like they waited till June, or maybe it was May. They waited a while. I'll tell y'all, though, I am inputting a request for us to be speakers at this year. And I think Todd, if it's in person, Todd wants to do another Keyser type talk, because he thinks in person, well, one, we can kind of reuse some of the stuff we used for HomebrewCon Online 2020 and it be relevant, because a lot of those people in person might be more local there, they didn't watch it, or they didn't attend online, because that first year of online was kind of iffy with who was coming, who was staying, all that stuff for the conference, for the online sessions. But he wants to do a tweaked version of draft beer systems and building a Keyser into like building your first Keyser, like the very basics, making, taking a little chest freezer that would fit 2 kegs or 3 kegs and making a 2 faucet setup, because it's easy on the wallet, assuming you can find a fridge right now or a freezer, and on all the components and stuff, like just making a very straightforward, affordable, long-lasting Keyser is the talk I think we're going to do. John says that 80% number Todd mentioned sounds more in line with what I'd expect from a 3-vessel HERMS. 70% is more like a single vessel efficiency number. I believe you. That's Greek to me, but I believe you, Danny. Yeah, well, I hope, dude. Danny, I hope that they don't cancel HomebrewCon on us, but I just don't know. You know, a lot of other, well, I say a lot of other, they are very much still planning on doing Craft Brewers Conference, which they did last year too, I believe, which is the BA's real flagship show. So they probably have a lot to lose when they don't do that conference. So Todd and James are going to be walking it this year. They'll be flying to Minneapolis, I think, is where CBC is this year. I didn't get invited. Something about budget or whatever. Todd comes up with various reasons why he doesn't bring me on the road, but they'll be in Minneapolis this year at CBC. I'll be here running headquarters. We'll see how that goes. And doing your orders. when you order from us the week of CBC, it is me doing your order. But what was that, boss man?
I'm going to get your food. The most important thing.
I told you I could go get it.
You're busy.
No. But I'm not doing anything of importance. I'm really happy with how that's flowing, man. That's looking good.
It is. I wonder what the gravity is on this. Does he have a... There it is.
Yeah, no worries. .064. So it's everything's converting well. So
This is
as you would expect.
as smooth a brew day as we've had so far. I just jinxed it.
We're pretty early in.
When we transfer, there's going to be warts all
We're
over.
really early in for you to say that.
I know. I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to. Our buddy Blind Brew Guy just joined the Trub Club at the 5-gallon every month tier.
Oh, nice.
And he said in his message that he was on the fence for the Galaxy Smash, but he joined now so he could get that and the alt beer that we'll be shipping out next month. So it is.
That tastes good.
We're trying to come out of the gate with good in-house curated recipes, and the alt beer one. If you bought James's True to Style before, after we took Horst's changes on it, James made a little bit more tweaks. You'll see it in the recipe sheet, and then I'll publish it to homebrewhappyhour.com. We are not taking the approach of keeping our recipes secret. We are usually about a month behind in regards to when I do publish it. So some point in February, I'll publish the alt beer on the site. If it's not already. No, the Kolsch is what's up. The Smash the Galaxy, I think, is up. I get them confused. I know I just did the Bohemian Pilsner, which is a fantastic recipe. If you have the ability to lager, and if you don't have the ability to lager, why don't you have the ability to lager? You should get the ability to lager. It's not that difficult. And that is one thing we're going to try to navigate as we are doing the recipes in-house and trying to plan out way ahead of time, since we sold homebrewsupply.com and don't regularly have ingredients here to just last minute go, oh, let's do this one. So we're planning it out more. And one of the tricks we're navigating, or one of the hurdles we're having to navigate, is, do we ever do a Pilsner? Like, do we ever do a lager? Right now, we've only been doing ales because we're trying to be as inclusive for the average brewer who, having the ability to properly lager is not as common as you might think it'd be. Now, some people who are, a lot of people who are brewing on the kind of like a Brautag or bigger volumes usually have the cold side down as well, to where they have conicals with glycol set up, or they have a cold room, like a walk-in using a cool bot, or they have a spare space that they can lager. Or like James has said on the show, he used to lager with cold packs that he'd cycle throughout the day and put the thing in like his bathroom in the tub and just cycle through it as it sat in ice cold water as well. So where there's a will, there's a way. But I'd love y'all's feedback if you're in the Trub Club and you receive recipes, if you'd be open to having 1 month be a lager. Right now, I've told Todd, let's just stay away from it. And his compromise was going to be, well, what if like in March or April, we do a lager, but we give them an ale option as well? That would be a similar build. That way we're not having to stock a ton of different ingredients and stuff to, that we just don't want stuff like, we want to be able to order ingredients for these Trub Club kits, Trub kits, pardon me, Lorena, and not have a bunch of excess that we either can't use quick, or like, yeast is the main thing. Like when Imperial sends us such fresh yeast, and that's what we want going out with every recipe kit, is as fresh as possible. We don't want to have them send us a bunch and then it sits around and y'all are getting 3-month-old yeast. We want y'all getting it as quick as possible. Use Lutra Kvike if you can't control temp and you can make a pseudo lager. Oh, that's a brilliant idea. Absolutely. I still have not used that strain. I don't know what a Kolsch would taste like with Kvike, but maybe that'll be my experiment. I was thinking about us starting our own, like Brewlosophy style. Hi, Marshall. Doing Kolsch, Kviking Kolsch. Clay in the chat, 3470 at ale temps makes a pretty convincing lager. Interesting. That is pseudo lagers I know are a big thing. When I browse the old Reddit, because I don't post there because they don't like me, pseudo lagers is definitely a popular thing. Where are we at, Mr. Carlson?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just there you go, man. You just flip the lid over and take a gander.
1.067.
Okay, 1067. So we're above that. So we're doing good. Now, here's the thing that Todd and I argue about. I wouldn't say argue. He does one thing, I do another thing. The final step that I do is called the mash out. Mm-hmm. And what that basically is you raise the wort temperature, or the grain, the mash tun, to around 170 degrees. The reason why you do that is, let's say you have a specific recipe that you've been developing and working on. You want to nail that every single time.
Yeah.
Well, a mash out, what it allows you to do is, once you hit your gravity and you're where you want to be on sugars, mash out kills any more. So it's like a halt. Anything over 170 stops enzymatic activity, starch conversion, sugar creation. Yeah. Todd's thing is this. You only have so much sugars in there, so it's only going to make so much gravity depending on the efficiency. He doesn't do it. I do it, but we're not going to do it today. Well, the reason why is, if you do a mash out, it's going to add another hour to your brew day.
Okay.
Because what you've got to do is you've got to heat that HLT up enough to offset the temperature and get it to 170.
Yeah.
So we're not going to do that. We're going to start our sparge in about 10 minutes, and then we'll work through, and I'll show you how to set the hoses up to do that.
Cool. And
then we'll start making wort. And then once we have enough volume in here, we'll switch over to this burner. Mm-hmm. And once it starts boiling, we'll add our hops, and I'll show you that process. And only thing left will be cooling down, pumping into the conical, and pitching our yeast, and it's brew day's done.
Nice.
So when we start the boil, or when we start the mash out, what I thought we could do, obviously we're going to eat lunch, but maybe you can pull your car up and we'll figure out how to put everything in there, and that way you don't have to worry about it later. But like I said, do not forget your controller.
Yeah.
Because that's going to suck.
It would be bad. All right.
if you've got any questions, or don't hesitate to ask, because this is a lot to take in on one day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, okay, cool. Yeah, no, I've looked at some stuff, so it's kind of cool. Some of the stuff is like, I had questions and you
Yeah.
just answer them as we go through.
And I've actually got some beer in the conical if you want to try it. It's not finished. It's what we call it green beer, but it'll give you kind of an idea.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
You can move anything
I
you
don't
want.
want to break anything.
Are you coming out that port?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you should be good at that port.
You know what? Grab me that. Which one's your water?
This one.
Okay.
Here, I'm gonna turn it.
Well, no, I've got this right here. When you first pour it,
Oh yeah.
you'll get a little yeast, and you don't want to drink yeast.
No.
But you'd be surprised at how mild this is.
And this happens to be the one that we talked about on the show that stalled for the first 3 days.
Did, yeah. We pitched some yeast and no activity over the
Yeah.
weekend. And let me show it to you.
Yeah. Oh wait.
This has got a little bit of carbonation. It's only been on the bottle for a couple days. It's completely finished, but that'll give you an idea. It's not done. It's green, so it's not gonna
It's
taste
not
as good as it
finished.
will finished.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a pretty simple. I think that's
I love all the
fine.
prefacing James does with his beer. Where he's like, "It's not going to be that good," and then you try it, and it's like
Audition.
fantastic.
And that you could brew all day long.
Yeah.
They're easy to do.
With the
Which one is this
Jonathan in the
It's
chat,
a-
German and
Yeah,
Czech
okay.
pills
Yep.
with Lutra in the
How's-
middle of
how's
summer
it say?
with the conical at 90
But
plus.
It's
I
easy
can
drink,
replicate
and that's the kind of
that
beer
scenario.
you want on tap.
And
get
Ted
friends
says,
over.
Billy in
Yeah.
the chat.
And
Oh,
you
okay,
introduce
yeah, we
them
won't tell
all
your
over
boss.
here,
If you don't
'cause a
tell
lot
my
of people
boss, I
have
won't tell
this
your boss.
Misconception that it's brewed in a bathtub.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's a
Yeah.
whole different world. In fact, we prefer our beer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I never thought I'd ever get to a point where I would say that. I love all kinds of beers. I love trying new styles, going to breweries and all that. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, when you pull a tap and you brewed your own beer, there's a little bit of satisfaction with that. Especially when you have friends over and they're like, "You did this?"
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's a big ego pump there.
Yeah. When we pack everything in, I see how much room I have. I definitely have more stuff I probably need to get.
Yeah.
If you don't
You've
have
got your refractometer. You'll need a hydrometer.
it- Yeah.
Because you can't use that once the beer's finished. Now, there's people say you can, and there's charts that you can convert, because once the alcohol's in the liquid, it throws off the reading on the refractometer.
Okay.
So what I do is I just float a hydrometer at the end when it's getting done and finished,
Mhm.
and it's pretty simple stuff.
Okay.
Thermometer, probably some hose in a. We got to talk about. You can do your initial batches, you can just do in brew buckets, fermentation buckets. And that will at least get you going, and start with an ale, just a real easy to do ale.
Mhm.
And then you can put those in 3 separate buckets, pitch some SaO5, ale yeast,
Yeah.
and that'll get you there. Another thing that you need to think about too is how you're gonna chill it. That's
Well,
real
I
important.
think I am gonna get a conical with the chiller.
Yeah, I think that would
Well,
get
I'm in
you.
the garage, so
Yeah.
my wife's like, "You're not putting this in." All right.
Right.
So-
Well, if you decide to go that route, you absolutely will love it, because it takes a lot of the effort away.
Yeah. And that's one thing I want to do. I
Yeah.
want to do it right the first time
Mhm.
versus spending the money on it and then realizing I have all these variables I have to worry about that I
Yeah,
can't
the way I
control.
do things, is to cheat things out, and then you end up having to get, the correct stuff at the end of the day. So
Yeah.
you've wasted all this time and money. So
Yeah.
if you can afford to do a chiller and a good conical that you can pressurize,
Yeah.
your transfers into kegs is easier. You can sample off the conical easier than opening up a plastic bucket and
Yeah.
trying not to oxidize the beer you've made. Everything becomes easier. Temperature control creates better beer. You can do lagers and ales.
Yeah.
You can cold storage and use it as a serving tank if you want to, a bright tank like breweries do. There's lots of benefits.
I agree.
I love that spike conical. It's an amazing piece of equipment.
I'll need some I planned a keg.
Mhm.
So how do y'all normally do it? Like 3 5-gallon?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's how we do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, but we got, Todd just got a whole shipment of kegs in, so
Yeah.
we've got ball of kegs.
We've got ball of kegs back.
Yeah, once you get through the initial pain of all this spent,
Yeah, I know.
you can get it done, get it over with, and enjoy the hobby. I think
Right.
you're way ahead than most people.
Yeah, that was kind of the idea. Yeah, because I mean, I'm gonna use it
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
the time.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we certainly hope so.
Do
Oh,
you,
definitely.
do y'all host a bunch, or like what got you?
no, I mean, I mean, I like the idea of doing this and then seeing where it takes me. I've always been somewhat entrepreneurial too, so
Yeah.
I'm like, if this is something I really enjoy doing, which I think I will,
Yeah.
that might be something I might want to pursue because I'm an analyst now, so all I do is sit in front of a computer all day.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm about 4 years away from like, I can't do that. I can't, there's no way, I can't do it.
Yeah.
And so I've been looking for something to do for a couple of years now, but
That's
everything's-
awesome.
I've been-
Yeah, and you're in the right market area for something like that.
Yeah,
If you decide that's where the direction you want to go, you're already in there.
yeah,
Yeah.
You know.
yeah. And I mean, I think I could really enjoy it.
So you've been into craft beer for a while.
Since it started.
Yeah.
Wow.
I haven't gone back. I have a couple friends who like we just went fishing the other day and everybody brought like Dos Equis. I was like, I can't.
I can't.
I can't drink that. And they're like, what do you
No.
mean you can't drink that? I was like, well, I can drink it, but so.
Was it amber at least? Because I like the Dos Equis.
No, the amber is good. Yeah.
Okay.
No,
It was
it
the
wasn't.
pale water stuff. you know?
Yeah. So and they're all like, this is my go-to. And I was like,
So you got new friends and now
Yeah.
yeah.
But so that's kind of where the direction was going with it.
Well, I think that's a great idea.
Are you from the Austin area or?
For the most part, I mean, I moved there when I was 10.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, so you've been around good beer since you've been able to drink good beer.
Yeah.
It's like Austin has some fantastic beer.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
And every trip I come up here, I go through Blanco. I don't know if you've been out there to Real Ale's campus,
Yeah.
but Real Ale's one of my favorite Texas breweries.
Yeah.
I love their Hans Pils.
That is a
I like
good beer.
James. I don't drink a lot of complicated stuff.
Yeah.
Very straightforward, balanced German beer, and I'm a happy guy.
You know, I really think that if somebody had like in this Texas area, if somebody just had, I don't know why you couldn't be successful having just one type of beer.
Well, see, that's where Todd argues with me because I've pitched to him. He's the money man. I don't have any money.
I could be
I'm
wrong.
like, hear me out, Todd, because every time we go to Cologne or Dusseldorf, these breweries, that's all they brew is Kolsch, or all they brew is Alt. I
Yeah.
like,
So
open up
if
the
you-
brew pub, and I'll brew Alt and Kolsch. She's like, you're an idiot, you're about to learn.
You know, just a good Texas Pilsner, and then have like a good menu,
Yeah.
like a food menu. Make it even more simple. Pizza and a Texas Pilsner. That's it. And I think you'd be full every time.
This is not the same because they have a bunch of beer, but Pinehouse Pizza. I'm sure, have you been there before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they're incredible. And
Yeah.
I don't like IPAs a lot, but their electric jellyfish and some of their other stuff it's good stuff. Joe got me onto that.
And it's pricey.
It's very pricey.
It's
though.
very pricey. But
Well,
people buy it all. the
They
time.
always, but to be fair to them, it's pricey to make what they're making. All those hazies or all those doubles. Mash is done.
Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is let's just shut the pumps off, turn the heater off. Actually, you know what? I back up. We got to get into Sparge temp.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And Sparge is 170 degrees, so let's turn this up. I'm gonna shoot for like 175. And the reason why we want to overshoot is we're going to have a temperature change because of the 140, it was 148 when we stopped circulating. So let's go ahead and turn everything back on. I'm going to skip the step there, but
Do
no
you
big deal.
normally turn it to 175 when it's done or a little before it's done?
You can do a little
A little before?
Yeah. See, normally, if I was doing the mash out, I'd already be there.
Yeah.
But because we're not, and I didn't do that. I didn't think enough ahead to go ahead and heat that up, so that when we do, the way Todd does the sparge is he'll sparge just about everything in the mash tun initially, and then he's got his warm 170 plus degree water, 175.
Yeah.
He'll go ahead and add it back in here with our sparge arm, and it will raise the temperature up to where we need to be on the sparge. The reason why you want it at 170 theoretically is the sugars will flow better off the grains if it's a little warmer.
Okay.
It will stop any starch conversion that's left to do,
Okay.
but
Yeah.
it's just at 170 it seems to it's more efficient at pulling the sugars out of the grain bed if it's a little warmer. You don't want it too warm. You wouldn't want to be over 175 degrees, 180, because then once again the T word tannins could get in there. But I've never had an issue with tannins.
Okay.
And so it'll take just a little bit to get. It's not going to hurt it to run a little longer. There's only so much gas in that tank, which is starches that convert into sugars is inside those grains, and we only have so much. So
Yeah.
it's not going to hurt anything to get where we need to be.
It would just get, your ABV would get a little bit higher?
Maybe a little, but probably not much. We just checked it right now, and it's in the 165 range, or 1065, 1.065. We still have to dilute it with our sparge water, so we should be around 1048, 1050 by the time we're done. So I think we're good to go. Normally, I talked about earlier about a nice slow sparge. I always just look at the clock, or you can set a timer, or you can set this, but then you got to change that time to 45. And rather than do that, I just set it on my phone, or I look at the clock, and there's no written rule. It doesn't have to be 45.
Yeah.
But the whole purpose of that is you just want a nice, slow, easy sparge. You want it to flow in nice and slow. And what's in the mash tun, or the HLT, what's going into the mash tun is equivalent to what's going into the bolt bottle. So it's just a continuous rinse is all it is. It's called a fly sparge.
Yeah, okay.
And that's what we're going to do. And it won't take us long to get where we want to be. But what we can do.
So in turn, you're going to raise this up to 170, right?
We're going to put 175 degree water into there, which should get us where we need to be. But I'm gonna let it circulate, so hopefully it'll raise too. Yeah, but yes, you're right. You want this 170 degrees. And you do one or two ways. You can just do what we're doing right now and just let the HERMS coil bring it up to temp, and that's the easiest way. Or you can do like what Todd does is he'll go ahead and just sparge out the mash, what's in here right now, and then he'll bump up the HLT temperature water enough to where when he fills it up, it'll offset and it'll stabilize where we want to be on 170. And don't worry, it's not. The most important thing is you want to get as much sugars out of there as you can. So if you do sparge a little cooler, it is possible the efficiency will lower a little bit, but however works for you and creates good beer for you, that's the way to do it.
So, that's what matters.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
Okay.
And that's the cool thing about having temperature control in these big burners is you can, we're already at 150. It's jump.
If you're just now joining us, we just finished the mash. We're getting up to our sparge temp, and we'll be doing our fly sparge here shortly. If you just joined us, we're brewing a Dusseldorf Altbier on this beautiful January day in Comanche, Texas. On our Brautag HERMS setup, we have our friend Daniel, friend of the show, who he is new listener to the show, and get this, he jumped head first into brewing. He's never brewed, period. And so he's learning today. That's the kind of customer service we provide when you buy a Brautag. He happens to live in the Austin area, kind of near me, and we saw his order come in, and so we were like, hey, we could, Josh could drive it to you technically, or if you want to come pick it up. And then Todd was like, why don't you offer if he wants to come, brew on it? Because he probably has never done HERMS. Most people don't have a HERMS and then get a new Herms like we did, but we're not the average bear. And so when I reached out, he was like, actually, I would love that because I've never brewed, period, and I'd love to have y'all's expertise and be able to answer my questions. So as y'all can see behind me, James is the man when it comes to instruction and troubleshooting and customer support on this system, because him and Todd know this system like the back of their hands. So it's been fun so far learning more about Daniel and what got him into brewing and his goals with brewing and all that. But anyways, we're about to sparge. We're getting up to temperature on this. I think they're actually going to yield 18 gallons of Dusseldorf Altbier. So I'll unmute their mic and you can listen to the more important stuff. And again, if you have questions or whatever in the chat, we are taking questions live. Oh, and my lunch just got here. Ooh, Todd Burns, the lunch man. I will make sure my mic is muted when I eat. Y'all don't want this. Y'all don't want that ASMR. I think I have. What is it called? Misophonia. What is it called when you hate the sounds of eating? I think I have that. So I won't torture y'all with that. And actually, I won't even make y'all watch me eat. Boom. Now I'm gone. But I will unmute that mic so you can hear all the questions Daniel's asking and all the instruction that James is providing.
Into the garage.
Oh, okay, we've got a drain there.
Yeah, I can just
Yeah.
look up that drain actually.
Yeah, the drain's pretty nice to have. When we added on, that's the first thing we had them put in was the drain.
The drain right here.
Because there's times that we just made a god awful mess and we just take squeegee it into the drain. We literally just hose the floor down and it'll all go down the drain.
Yeah, luckily I'm in the garage, so like if anything goes right, I can just post it outside.
That's probably a good place to have it. Do you have windows in it?
No.
Just a big garage door?
Big garage
Just
door.
leave it open?
Yeah, I think eventually I want to try maybe get like a split system in there and put some more insulation.
Yeah, you could do it. You could do a little lager cellar.
Yeah.
You know, if you wanted to do that, that way you could still have your conicals. Ideally, what you'd want is just however many conicals you care to have, and then chillers, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah,
That's ideal.
that's what I plan to do. But even just brewing, like it's gonna be what 100 in like a couple months. Right? So
Yeah.
it's gonna be fun out there.
Yeah, I definitely hadn't think about that.
You know, we just learned, and I'm sure other companies make them, the steam condenser. Like if you had an issue with, I mean, you shouldn't in the garage when you open the garage door having steam messing up the
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Those steam condensers fit these kettles from Spike. They make, what do they run like $3 or $3.50?
I don't know.
I think for the 20-gallon kettles, they're like $3.50. But if you ever had issue with the steam off your boil kettle, like that, because I've thought about when I'm putting a Brautag at my pop's place at some point when he makes room for it, and in that game room that you've been in,
Yeah,
before,
that would be
this would
ideal.
be ideal. But he doesn't have the capacity to put a hood or anything,
Yeah.
and so I was like, you know what? What if we just get the steam condenser right off the bat and put that on? Then we don't have to worry about his low ceiling getting messed up from the steam. And if we ever wanted to make what's the legalized way of not distilling? We wouldn't be distilling. We'd be making essential oils. That's what we'd be doing. Making essential oils.
That's right.
Yeah.
Fuel. You want
I'm
to make
really
some
into
fuel?
essential oils. I'm really into them. So I've had a long-standing interest in essential oils. But I was impressed. It was Kurt that showed us that. A guy who, I forget what state he's out of, but he's been sending us photos of his setup.
Yeah.
The Brautag. It's stupid nice.
Oh yeah,
His brewing that he made is stupid nice.
Wow. I mean, he's got a jaw-dropping setup.
Yeah.
Really?
The custom lighting and
Oh wow.
the kind of conicals with temperature control and a big stainless steel hood. It's amazing. I'll show you pictures of it.
Yeah, I just say make
it's
sure you
really
show him for
amazing.
inspiration because
Yeah.
that's like the ideal brew room.
Yeah, it's like you look at it and go, oh,
Yeah.
I didn't even think about steam, honestly.
yeah.
What is it? What is
It's not ever been. It takes it and liquefies it for where one of the ports goes out into hot water to where you can use that for cleaning later, and the other one goes out to the steam for if you were going to be doing any kind of distillation or whatever.
Okay.
But they, I mean, like in here, Todd, you never had any issues with steam as we brew, have you?
That's your sandwich. It's over there.
Well, not really.
I said we don't have a hood in here. Y'all never had any issues.
No, I mean, it's steamy, but yeah.
I like that. You carry my stuff. I didn't have to pick it up. Sorry, James.
No, it's all right. We're gonna get our grub on.
Did Vilmer get his?
Bill got food.
Okay, good. Vilmer? From Camita? It's like he.
And how close are we to temp on for the Sparge?
We've got
Here,
about
he can use that
7
chair.
degrees.
He's in already. Yeah, no.
So we're pretty close to Sparging. And James, would you consider this time we're in right now the mash out, or?
we're gonna just start sparging.
Okay.
Go ahead, take that. And I'm gonna put this over here. And we got about 7 degrees to go.
Let me put.
Yeah, we got time to eat.
Okay.
That's the cool thing about brewing is we got time.
You said this one?
Lunch break.
Lunch or salad, really.
Put that right. Oh, look at that. Lunch break. I'm going to mute us, guys. If you have any questions, leave them in the chat. I don't want y'all to have to hear us eat, but I will have the camera still going. Oh, wait. One question real quick about the mash tun. Is there a basket false bottom, or is it meant for like a brew in a bag? No, there is a false bottom in there.
There is.
If
Yeah.
At the beginning of the video, and I think I enabled DVR, so you
the
can.
the whole bottom is the whole thing is a solid, flat, perforated stainless steel false bottom, and then there's a support ring underneath it too. So the whole thing, the whole grain bed gets filtered.
Yep. So, again, if you got questions in the chat, we'll address them. I'm monitoring it, but I'm going to mute our mics so that y'all don't have to hear us eating.
Is there anything else you need me to do?
No. we're just a couple of degrees away from that, so I think we'll be fine.
I would have already started.
Yep. So I'm gonna turn the pumps off and get in the habit of just shutting every single thing down for safety. Because this shit hurts if it comes in contact with you. Okay, now this is the first hose I take off. And usually what I do, it's silicone hose, it's alright, is I'll do that and grab it and just move it over.
Okay.
And then when you loosen this,
I'm good. Don't lose it, don't.
sometimes I'll get a little sticky.
Does that make you uncomfortable?
It made me very uncomfortable.
Okay.
You need me. I don't know.
And
No.
you can never have enough buckets for this stuff.
I can't use ibuprofen. Raises the blood pressure.
Is that the one you take and put away?
Yep, we're gonna just put this in the sink.
Did you start cooking?
Yeah, I mean,
They're washing them. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so now, like I said, we're gonna remove this hose right here. And then we're gonna take this hose and we're gonna run it from here into here. Bottom valve.
So this is.
So it'll pump it into the boil kettle.
Did you have the directions, right?
It's packed in the box.
Okay,
Yeah.
because there's color-coded guides for this too.
Okay.
I still have to look sometimes.
Yeah, I do too. Okay, so now we're gonna do our sparge water, supply water, right here. We're just gonna move it over. That's it.
Got it.
Now we're ready.
And this up there, and then that in there.
Mm-hmm. So now we can take. That's kind of sweated a little bit. I'm gonna just pick it up. You can use a towel or.
And you're gonna start to fill this
Mhm,
before you start heating it up, right?
That's right. So now, the cool thing about it is because there's, gravity involved and a lot of liquid in one vessel, you can actually start it. Make sure your hoses give them a tug. Then you can open this up and you can actually start it flowing like so.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and turn the pump on, and it'll start flowing a little more. So that's a little too fast. You want to get it about like that.
Okay.
And see the time, we're at basically 1 o'clock. So 1:45-ish, we should be ready. We should be ready to go, and probably close to boiling, because once we get over the sensor,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to turn the heating element on and start boiling.
Got it. You put it right to 100? Or you,
Yeah.
yeah.
Initially, we're going to leave it cranked up full throttle, 100% power, and then as we approach boiling, we're going to ramp it way down to about 75%,
Okay.
and that'll keep you a nice rolling boil, and you won't have a boil over.
Got it.
And the cool thing about it is everything you do up until the boil is done, the boil handles everything. So you don't have to worry about gloves or,
Yeah.
I mean, the boil sterilizes the wort for the yeast.
Yeah. Got it.
And it can also, and I'll show you when we get to the end of the boil, we've got a counterflow chiller,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll just circulate tap water, city water through it, and it just dumps the pull wort back into here. So it's just recirculating and dumping it and taking the heat out, putting it back in here. So when this thing gets to 70-ish degree, we can pitch it in the conical.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the easiest thing to do. But Todd's got, the way he does it, these two right here, is, as you know, summer tap water gets really hot.
Yeah,
So the small cool is used to cool the water coming in,
like in a bucket of ice or
Mhm.
something.
and this goes in the last 15 minutes of boil. You put that's an immersion chiller. You just stick it in your pot, and then the 15 minutes gives it time to sterilize, and then it will actually do the heat transfer quicker. This
Oh,
system
okay.
works quicker than the way I do it. I just
Are we gonna, do you turn that on?
not yet.
Not
What
yet.
we're gonna do is I'm gonna get down real low, and then I'm gonna introduce the Sparge water.
Oh, okay.
So that we ramp up the temperature and we get in that temperature range. We know we're at 168 because we saw the reason why it's gone up now
Mm-hmm.
is there's no circulation on this probe.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
So once we get down to where we can see the grain bed, I'll go ahead and turn that on and then we'll fill it back up. And it'll warm everything up and we should get better rinsing of the sugars.
Okay. Okay, so you almost drain it and then start
Mhm.
working. Oh, okay.
You can do it either way. If you do it just a technical fly sparge, you've got water on here matching what's leaving here,
Mhm.
so it theoretically stays the same level. You want to be about 2 inches above the grain bed is what they say.
Yeah,
I've done it both ways, don't see a big difference.
okay.
Everybody out there watching, if you have a different opinion, please let us know. So the only thing is I didn't pull this out. We're gonna leave this in right now because when we pull it out, we could disturb the grain bed.
Yeah.
And it could start pumping gristle into here.
Got it.
So we'll just leave that alone, it's not hurting anything.
Yeah,
It's, but I should have pulled it out already.
got it. Okay. So whenever you chill,
Mm-hmm.
could you use one chiller, like the immersion chiller in there?
Yeah,
Until
Absolutely.
it drops down to like a certain temperature, and then throw it in the conical, and then
we
just
use
have
the
it chill?
chiller,
Yeah.
absolutely, and I've done that before. I've had to do that when we've seen as high as 90-degree tap water.
Yeah, I was
Out
gonna say,
here.
some, like in the summer sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy. Huh?
And so it gets to the point where you can either buy a bunch of ice, I almost cussed, or you can just let it do the rest in that. But if you do that, there's two things that I do, is I get it as cold as I can get it. And then when I'm pumping it in there, once it starts hitting the coil, I'll turn the circulation on,
Mhm.
and it'll try to, I just try to want to be ahead of the curve, the heat curve it's about to hit. And as long as you get it down in a relatively short, the key is as quick as possible, get it to 70 degrees.
Yeah.
Because you don't want it in that bacteria danger zone, even though you're adding yeast, which is, I guess, technically a bacteria.
Yeah.
But we just want the right kind in there, not the wrong kind.
Got it.
So we haven't had a lot of issue with infected batches of beer. If you follow a cleaning schedule and you use your sanitizer and you have good cleaning sanitation practices, you're not gonna have a problem with it either.
How will you know if you have infected that?
It'll taste.
It'll taste.
Yeah, and a lot of people think, well, that means it'll make you sick. Of course, it probably can, but more oftentimes than not, it's not going to hurt you. It just tastes bad. And the whole purpose is to have beer that you want to drink. So if you can't drink it, you ain't to dump it. There's nothing worse than dumping a batch of beer, especially if you've got 15 gallons.
Yeah.
Because fermentables cost money, and I know when I was telling you about that big system we did, and we did 35, 40 gallons at a
Yeah.
time. And we had the very first batch we did, I used a Bodor to stir that 50-gallon pot of wort,
Yeah.
boiling wort. And the problem with that is the Bodor had a water-based finish on it.
Mm.
So when I started stirring it in that boiling wort, it liquefied and leached into the beer.
Beer, yeah.
And it was horrible. We had to throw all of that away. So,
You could see it, or?
no, you could taste it.
Oh, you had to throw it away
Yeah.
after, so you even fermented.
It had a chemical taste to it that was almost like one of the guys said it tasted like Copenhagen, like he took a whole can of Copenhagen in it. But it was terrible. And the thing that was weird about that is you can go online if you have certain flavor profile that you don't like, a flaw.
Mm-hmm.
There's a wheel chart that will tell you exactly what it might be.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
and how to fix it. Because the thing about it is, it's inevitable for anybody brewing beer. You're going to have off flavors or a flaw in it. You just want to be able to identify it, fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah.
But with this case, there was nothing on there that said, there was not a little sliver that said Copenhagen taste, it's this, you know?
Yeah.
And so that's the only thing that I thought, it's gotta be something totally off the wall, because this has never happened to me before. It's completely, it wasn't an infected taste. I mean, it was so off the wall that I almost thought somebody possibly could have poured something in it, you know? And it wasn't until I remember I was getting ready for work one day and it dawned on me in the shower. I was like, oh, I know what it was. So I did a little research and come to find out just about everything nowadays is water-based because of the EPA and all that. And as soon as it hit that, it just leached into the beer and destroyed it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was a big beer. Back in the day, we were doing high alcohol beers.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say we did a 30-gallon batch, 30 or 35-gallon batch, and we used over 100 pounds of fermentables. So it was weighing up there in alcohol.
Wow.
And we ended up just dumping it. And once we figured out what it was, first of all, I threw the Bodor away. I didn't want it anywhere near our beer. And this is how we ended up with this. A good friend of mine was in Austin and bought this at Austin Homebrew Supply.
Okay.
And brought it back. Because when you got a 50-gallon drum of wort, you've got to stir it.
Yeah.
You know? And the next batch came out really good. Way too much alcohol. Okay, so we are at about 3 gallons so far, and we've been doing this for about 10 minutes.
Oh, wow. It's so dark.
Yeah.
So what do you recommend I start off with in terms of size? A 10-gallon batch?
Yeah, you can do if you look here, this is the only thing that determines the batch size. So you can't go under, I'd say, a little over 6 gallons. You really don't want to do 5 in a big setup like this, but I would say comfortably, this is a big system. You know, you could do anywhere, I'd say 10 gallon batches. If you wanted to scale down a little bit, that still gets you 2 kegs of beer.
Yeah.
So when you start really making a really good beer you like, 2 5-gallon kegs of beer is probably not going to last very long.
Yeah.
Especially if you've got friends and people come over, and
Yeah.
so that's the good thing about this is you can brew enough volume to where you and your friends can enjoy it. There's nothing wrong with doing 5-gallon batches, but when I really started brewing beer a lot, you find you have more friends.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And a 5-gallon batch, a keg of beer doesn't last long at all. I love the fact that we can do, you know, basically a full keg of beer.
Yeah.
And it's cheaper too. I mean, somebody on there is going to say, James, you're wrong, because what did that cost? You forget about that. You know? But I just enjoy it, and I like brewing. I like talking about it. I like people, you know, getting together, and it's just a really good hobby. And I've known people that.
I didn't tell you. Welcome back from our lunch break. We actually had like the peak of viewers during the lunch break, and I almost came on to be, you know, eating, being like, oh, I'm so sorry, we're taking a lunch break, but that's part of live streaming, right? These videos, we don't whittle them down, and it happened to time out perfect where while we were getting up to Sparge temp, we enjoyed our lunch. We are now sparging, as you can see in the fan cam below. Let me see if I can just blow that picture up. There we go. From our middle vessel, which is our mash tun, we are through the pumps going into our boil kettle, doing a very nice and slow sparge of our Dusseldorf Altbier. Look at that color. And then pretty soon this will become the boil cam as we work our way up into our 1 hour boil. I believe this one is one edition of Saz? Maybe Saz? Or Saz Select?
Beer.
I'll publish the recipe at some point. And again, though, this is the recipe that we're sending out for members of our Trub Club, recipe receiving members. So if you want to get in on that for February's kit, go to patreon.com/homebrew happy hour and sign up so that you can get it.
It's fantastic. It's worth going to HomebrewCon. Plus, club night. You know, club night, they've got 3,000 kegs of beer. And you just walk around and try. It's awesome, isn't it?
Oh,
Best thing ever about Danny in the chat was asking me earlier if I thought they were going to cancel it or not, and I said I hope not. But
No, I think they've done it. They did it 2 years in a row.
yeah,
I would be surprised if they did it.
Yeah, I would as well.
What?
Up, everyone's getting all distracted now. William in the chat got to head home from work. They tend to frown on watching YouTube while driving. That's the only time I watch it. I don't know what you're talking about, man. No, drive safe. We'll catch you later. We do. Maybe you can enjoy this week's episode on your drive home if you haven't already consumed it. We've got episode 265 published at homebrewhappyhour.com. Also, episodes 1 and 2 of Booze News Weekly, which is our new Monday weekly show. It's going to be easier for me to keep up with that one than Recipe Recap was, mainly because I don't have to wait on anybody else to have the content or the brew day for me to make the content off of. That show became increasingly difficult to keep up with. In case anyone in there is wondering, because I get emails every now and then, because we still have the playlist up and like, what? I loved Recipe Recap. What happened? It couldn't be a regular show. Now, these live brew days is what I want. In my mind, what I see is 2 weekly shows and a monthly live brew day. Now, January, technically, we got in 2 live brew days. We did the New Year's Day live brew day where I was on the G40. Todd was on his Brautag at the barn. And then today, January, the 28th. And we're doing a live brew day from our headquarters. I don't know when February's brew day will be, but I want to brew on that G40 again. And I actually, not next week. I forget when Todd told me I'm bringing it up the G40 up here for us to brew, for him and James to brew on it. And I'm going to film it. We're going to do a proper brew day video like we did with our cooler brew video, like we've done with the Brautag and we've done on the Anvil Foundry. And just a product showcase video showing you the ins and outs of brewing on it, and so I could be behind the camera and capturing all that stuff and make it better than just a live video like we did on that. But I've been happy with the feedback people gave us on the live brew day from January 1st. People, I think the more organic our content is, the broader appeal we tend to have. It seems like more people like the polished stuff usually gets the most views, but the most feedback I get is these live brew days or podcast episodes where they're not necessarily that polished. But anyway, as our viewership is growing, if you're again just now joining us, this is live brew day. We're doing a Dusseldorf Altbier on our Brautag HERMS setup, which is a 3-vessel HERMS system. I think that's redundant, a HERM system, because the S in HERMS is for system, I think. So Brautag 3-vessel HERM system, brewing a Dusseldorf Altbier. Tim in the chat, what's going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Hope you have a brew day coming up soon. We are, I'm looking forward to this. It's been so long since we've had an alt beer on tap, and we're brewing a 15-gallon batch, so if I play my cards right, it's going to be 5 gallons at the barn, which I'm going to be drinking. 5 gallons at my house or at my pop's place, which I'm going to be drinking. And then James is going to have 5 at his house. But I haven't been to his house in so long, I might invite myself over once he gets this keg on tap. So we'll see. I don't know where Todd went, but we are joined by our buddy Daniel, friend of the show. Just discovered our show not that long ago. I mean, we're talking not even months ago. And he decided he's going to start brewing, and he decided he's going to start all grain brewing from the beginning. And he decided from the beginning he's going to be doing it on a HERMS system. So he bought a Brautag, came up here. He's going to take it home with him. Not this system we're brewing on now. These are our kettles. But that is his controller that we're brewing on, because James likes to calibrate every controller with a brew day to make sure when we're shipping it out and you receive it, it's basically ready to go right out of the box. He's learning how to brew and how to brew on the Brautag today James, again, ultimate instructor. If this whole CM Becker thing doesn't work out for him, he has a job teaching people how to brew because it's just phenomenal watching him. I wish we could do James Cam every day. Maybe we'll get James an OnlyFans, not the calm down, don't be nasty. I mean, like get him a 24-hour feed of being able to have access to brew knowledge. The guy is just it's masterful watching him. So I'm gonna actually shut up so you can hear him go to work.
Oh, the grain paddle, the paddle right here. Another thing you can do too, after you sparge it, taste something.
Yeah.
Looks like breakfast cereal. It's real sweet. It's actually pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Taste the sugars in it.
Mm-hmm.
So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add our sparge arm. Dang, I wish I'd have pulled that paddle out.
What was that?
I wish I'd have pulled the paddle out of the mash tun.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so now we can go ahead, tug on our connectors. Make sure they're good. We can open this up. Go ahead and turn the water pump on to the right. This one right here.
Oh yeah.
All right, now we're gonna just gently open that up. We're gonna let that build up a little volume, 2 or 3 inches above the grain bed. Actually, we can turn it up more. Don't worry about what it's doing to the top of the grain bed. It's more about
The bottom.
what's happening down here. We get, there's all kinds of different heads for sparging.
Mm-hmm.
You know what that is? That's an industrial sprinkler head
Oh.
for like a fire system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I was looking around, we were thinking about, you know, those big shower heads that are like that big? I
Yeah.
thought about, because I could get it in stainless steel.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought about, well, we could get that. But they were so expensive. And that was always the thing about the system, is we were trying to figure out how could we make it affordable without going crazy nuts.
Yeah.
From packing the boxes that are in and every little component, we tried to make it as cheap as possible so everybody could experience this kind of commercial grade brewing.
Yeah.
And so little things like that, I found that on Amazon. It was less than $10, but it works, and it works for what we need it to do. And that's the bottom line, is we just want it to work well. I even went to, there's a company that makes these plastic, and I wanted to put our logo on it and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted it was crazy, like $1,000 to do that. So we elected to just not do that because,
Not worth it at that point.
yeah, I mean, we gotta still make it
Right in front of the
affordable. And does it make a big difference if it doesn't have Brautag on the handles?
Yeah.
I don't think if it affects the product cost, the initial investment for all this stuff is pretty considerable.
Oh, I would
Even,
imagine.
yeah.
We've sold about 3 of the other ones.
That was the only thing we had to find a company to make the kettles.
Mhm.
We do the logos in here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the graduations we do in house.
Yeah, we're doing well, and I just
That support ring
reached out to the guy.
on the false bottom, we have a local company in Dublin that makes them for us.
Oh, okay.
It's
Oh,
a
cool.
new listing of a product.
We got, this is a company in upstate that sells us the silicone hose.
They already canceled it.
Okay, yeah.
So
That's what he was gonna do.
Yeah.
it's been fun.
Well, it looks awesome. I mean,
Yes,
that
That's
was,
all right.
Oh, yeah.
I expected that, so.
yeah, when I was looking at everything, 'cause it was this, or, what do you say, the Blickman one?
And they make a good product.
Yeah, but, that, and there's a couple others too.
You know, there's a, it's like the last guy that bought one, he told me, he goes, it's $1,000 buy a whole lot of malt. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah,
So we
yeah.
did,
Well, I mean, the cold side's so expensive too. I guess what I'm trying to do too, so it's like,
No doubt. That'd be painful for anybody.
yeah.
Once. You know, you get it out of the way, and then, you know, a few months later, you don't think about it, but.
Tried to ask for forgiveness from your wife.
Yeah, just do it.
Just do
and
it.
then
Yeah, yeah, that's how that's gonna go.
Yeah. So, but the benefits to what you're gonna be able to do is huge compared.
That's what I wanted, right? I wanted to kind of, I was gonna like, give it a year or two, I'd be at that level anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, no
Wanna
one,
start the boil?
no one knew.
As soon as the sensor gets,
Oh, the sensor not over?
yeah, it likes just a little bit. We started it, it's been going for about 25 minutes.
Oh, it has?
Yeah. So I may be just a little slow.
Just, you can cover it.
But with Sparge, slow is not bad. Right, James?
Yeah.
Slow is not a bad thing for
Yeah,
Sparge.
slow's better to go slow than to go too fast.
Yep.
So then you just fill this 2 or 3 inches above the grain bed and then just turn it off.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can go more. That's one of those things we've been told, and I've done. Like Todd, he'll do. And correct me if I'm wrong, but you'll do most of the initial wort and then fill it back up again.
I take, no, I'll take it down to where it's just above the grain bed.
Mm.
And then I start putting the hot water on and letting it build up, and a lot of times I'll do it in groups so that I'm getting that really hot water on top, but I don't do a mash out. I just start doing that right off the bat, so I'm trying to get those, I'm trying to warm it up as much as I can, so.
And it works well. I mean, he makes better beer than either one, Josh or
Oh,
myself.
Oh, yeah.
Wouldn't you agree?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'm not saying I make bad beer.
He makes excellent beer, he's being modest.
One of the best beers I have ever had homebrew was a beer that he made,
Oh, yeah.
and it was that English.
Oh, that ESP.
Oh, the ESP.
ESP.
We haven't brewed that in a long time.
And it was in the cooler brew.
Yeah, that's right. We were doing a video for our cooler brew, and I don't know if you've seen that product, but it's just a cooler with a false bottom, and we were doing an English bitter.
Mm.
That was one of the best beers I think I've ever had.
It was incredible.
I
Amazing.
don't think I've ever had English better.
Oh, it's unique. It's a good beer.
Yeah.
James had a question for you in the chat.
It's an extra special bitter,
Yeah.
How long
Yeah.
can I wait to rack worts on an old yeast cake? It's sitting at 65 degrees for a week.
It's
So you want
It's
you just
it's
want to
over
move
the
over
probe
a
now.
new batch on top
It's
of the
over
old?
what?
It's over the
Yeah,
probe
you're
now.
fine.
A week
Yeah.
right now. How much longer do you think? I mean, it's at
It's over the
65.
probe.
It's been at 65 for a week
So it's over the
already.
probe, you
Yeah.
can turn it on?
Yeah, I would,
Oh,
cause it'll speed it up
At
a
least
little
another
bit.
week. I mean, that as long as he keeps it at that temp. It's,
Yeah, I think you're good for a couple.
Okay.
So it's at
'Cause
100%.
it's gonna, as long as
right
it's
now.
retained
Uh,
and it
you
hasn't
gotta be,
been with or messed with, I think you'll be all right.
Yeah.
what I'll normally do is, you can start it out, especially when the kettles roll out
You
like
hear
this.
it?
Yeah.
That's
But,
when you know the burner's going.
But at some point,
Hope that
you know,
answered
you
it
may
for
want
Tim.
to turn, you'll have to kind of play with your system and see how it is, but 60, 70 is a good place when you get it really full and you're getting close to boiling. So the biggest problem that you can run into at 100% is just forgetting and not thinking about it. You know, you get busy looking at your phone or something and all of a sudden you're boiling over. So you just got to watch it.
Yeah.
And it's not going to boil over at that level. And where you're going to have a problem is when the way we brew, both of us brew a lot, is we fill it almost to the top. So.
Yeah, you can play it by ear. Here's the thing though, we can give you the kind of guide you in the right direction, but I guarantee you're going to develop your own way of brewing beer.
Mm.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Whatever works, like I said earlier, whatever works for you is the correct way to do it.
Got it.
Because the end result is you want a good tasting beer. If you're able to achieve that doing something a little different, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no rules written in stone. You got to do it this way.
Got it.
But at least it helps guide you initially on the process. You know,
Yeah.
That journey of homebrewing is pretty fulfilling. And back when Todd started, there wasn't YouTube and there wasn't. I mean, and when I started, YouTube was just starting to be a thing, so there really wasn't a lot of good content on YouTube. So I even bought a book called Homebrewing for Dummies.
Yeah.
And it was a fantastic book. And then The Joy of Homebrewing, I got
Yeah.
that book. And, you know, just read a lot, homebrew magazines.
It wasn't. What did you say? There wasn't YouTube when I started brewing. When I started brewing, They use cards to program the computers. Big cards that you put in.
I was trying to be nice. I wasn't going to point out when he started brewing, there wasn't color television.
If you want, we can go ahead and add a little more sparge water. So we just turn the switch on. And
And you do this until you get to the level that you want.
exactly. Yeah.
Which in this case, Derek, you said you're doing 18.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna max that out, see as much as we can get. Because the recipe, I did the recipe for 18 gallons, so we should be where we want to be sugar-wise by the time we get there. If we don't, that's another thing I meant to tell you. If for some reason you don't hit your target gravity, don't sweat it. You can always boil down to as you boil it and remove liquid, the gravity goes up. So you can always. I wouldn't obsess over 5 points, you know, but. Go ahead and turn that water pump switch on. And, if you're, and we've run into this, I think one time where we were, and I don't know what happened, but Todd, we were like, 10 points away from where we needed to be.
Yeah.
And we ended up just boiling down to where we were in acceptable gravity range. And we lost a little bit of volume, but at least we were able to
get there.
to brew it.
The only reason we brew the higher volume, I usually do 3.5 batches. I call a batch 5 gallons because that's what people buy usually. So I usually do 3.5 batches, and the reason is I'm hoping to get 15 gallons of beer in kegs when I'm done. So I've got 3 full kegs,
Okay.
Because a lot of times because all 3 of us brew, we end up splitting it.
Yeah.
So we'll trade, Josh will give me a keg of Kolsch, and I'll give him a keg of something and back to
Yeah, that's the cool thing is if you get into a community of homebrewers, then y'all can trade out
Switch out.
brews. It's
cool.
pretty cool. And I would imagine in your area, there's probably homebrew clubs. What's that big one?
Yeah, I think there's a big one.
Well, there's the Austin Zealots. They've been around forever. It's a real loose-knit group, and
Yeah.
they're a lot of fun.
They always are at the homebrew cons, and they always put on a good show on club night. That one year they were throwing T-shirts out.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And as you can see, we were kind of towards the final leg of the brewing, so there's not a whole lot of steam.
No.
I mean, not a whole lot. In summer, it would probably be a little different, but
You'll get most of the steam you'll get from when we do the
From
boil.
boil, yeah. Sure, with my garage and the door open, it should be alright.
Oh, yeah. I brew in my barn every time, and I don't have a problem.
oh, that's right. Yeah,
I call it on my barn. It's totally enclosed. I mean, it's sheetrocked and
Oh,
it's,
okay.
it's got
Fully
bedrooms,
enclosed.
kitchen.
Well, and Todd, I was telling him how none of us have vent hoods,
No.
but you're considering getting that steam condenser lid, aren't you?
So we're still maybe a little slow because we
yeah,
got about
I
10
might
minutes to
end up-
go, and I'm at 10 gallons.
I might put a vent in at some point too.
You might.
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
talk about it.
You prefer that than the condenser hood?
I'm wondering if
I mean, than the
Oh,
condenser
I
hood.
used
see where we're at
originally
at
sold
the end.
condenser hoods.
Another 10
Yeah.
minutes if
Yeah.
we're close.
But then you
If
can
you turn it up, if you have it
kettle
too high,
for stirring and all that, right?
Yeah, that's a good. Yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons.
I think that the condenser head, to keep steam from happening, is really just their way of getting around the fact that everybody's going to use it to distill alcohol.
That's what I said earlier. I said, no, if I got it, it would to prevent steam damage,
Yeah.
and because I'm really interested in essential oils.
Yes.
Yeah, I like essential
I
oils.
like essential oils too. I like my essential oils to smell and taste like bourbon.
Yeah. Oh, that's is whiskey not an essential oil? In the chat, alt beer today. That's right. We do have an alt beer brewing right now. We are in the Sparge, moving over, transferring into our boiled kettle. This is on the Brautag HERMS system. 3 20-gallon vessels. We yield about 18 gallons, I think, today. It might actually be a 15 proper because James is the one who controlled it. But I think most of the time Todd tries to push the system to the max because he wants 18 gallons yielded so that he's getting 5 and some change in every corny keg that he fills, which ends up being 3 after a batch. But anyways, yes, we've got a fantastic brew day going. We got our buddy Daniel join us, friend of the show. Bought a Brautag. He's taking it home with him. He's learning how to brew on it here at headquarters. If you're local to us and you want to brew with us, hit me up. Send me a message through Instagram, Instagram.com/homebrew happy hour. You can email joshua@homebrewhappyhour.com. And especially like if you're like with Daniel, he lives, a couple hours away, but he bought a Brautag, never brewed before. Not just never brewed a Herms. He's never brewed at all. And so he hit Todd reached out to him and said, hey, you could come pick up your system if you want. Or actually what we were thinking is you could brew with us if you want to learn how to do it the easy way. And he was like, absolutely. So if you're local and you're like interested in Herms brewing and you pick up a Brautag, which this is the last weekend, they're at $3,500. We're going back up, not to full MSRP, but they are going back up after this weekend. And up to 0% financing or 0% no interest financing. I forget the verbiage. We use Klarna. You can do all that through kettconnection.com. Timothy, Michigan, you can't make it. Oh, that's not that far, man. Come on. I have family up in Michigan, or my wife's cousins are in the, I forget the burb of Detroit they're in, but they keep inviting me up. But the only time I can make it up there is in winter months. I'm not built for Michigan winters, man. I've seen photos, and I've looked at forecast. I'm not meant for Michigan winters. If I can make it up there in the late spring or maybe early fall or late summer, I'll consider that. But anyways, yeah, I'm gonna shut up now so you can hear James doing his masterful teaching. And again, we're about to get to the boil for our Dusseldorf Altbier on the Brautag HERMS system.
Here, I'm gonna go ahead and add a little more. But all in all, it's not that big a deal. I mean, what I normally do is once we get to boiling, I'll start cleaning this, and then this is done. Unhook everything, take it out, dump it. There's people that'll want the discarded grains, like hogs or chickens or deer or whatever. I don't know if you've got anybody that hunts or has land. Yeah. But you could take, just 5-gallon buckets and
throw it in there.
Yep. The hogs love it. And see, look, we're at almost 175 degrees, and we still haven't collected enough wort. The cool thing about starting this early is it heats it as it's coming in if you're still doing a nice slow sparge. And by the time you get to volume, you're almost there on boiling. So that helps save a little time. And that trick about heating it up the day before, that works.
That works really well.
Because we heated this, we collected enough water yesterday, heated it up to, I think it was 169 degrees. I don't know why it was on there. Oh, because I was doing the sparge and had it set there. And then turned it off, and I got here this morning. Todd beats me to work every day, and it was already at operating temp.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the thing, is it takes a lot of power to heat this much water. And it'd be nice in a perfect world, we'd design 2 elements, but not everybody's going to have a 60 amp circuit.
Yeah.
Most dryer circuits are 30.
Yeah.
And it'd just be he wouldn't sell any of the units because the people buying them would know that I'm going to have to hire an electrician to drop another leg.
Another one, yeah.
And, that's probably more than the cost of the unit.
Yeah.
So, there's compromises on some of the stuff, but we found that the 30 amp 3-tier 15 is about the perfect size. I helped a guy build a 50.
50?
And he had dual elements and all of that. And that controller, the one that he built, was big. And he never brewed on it.
I was like, what do you do with 50? Like, where's...
He was using it for a pilot system for the brewery.
Oh, okay.
And he ended up selling it to another brewer, and he used it for his first few batches. He's using it right now until his equipment comes in. So he's doing 50-gallon batches at a time.
Wow.
So about this time, what I'll do, where's my spoon? I'll take a sample. just to see where we're at on gravity. Let's see, what did I do with the hydrometer?
The refractometer?
Oh, yeah, the refractometer.
I saw it.
I moved it.
You didn't put it by the kettle? Oh.
This is another one. This is the one that you'll be using. This is what you get in your kit.
Okay. And you say you want 2 different ones?
What?
The refractometer?
Oh, the other
Or the
one we would have is
hydrometer?
a hydrometer.
Oh. okay.
Yeah, yeah. The floating hydrometer, the reason why you really want one of those is once you create alcohol, these don't read very good.
Mm.
Because it's the way the light hits it. Come on, get in focus. Perfect. We're still at 1060.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So we still have, well, we got another 4 gallons to go. So we're going to be in the mid, I'd say 1055. Just guessing. Another thing with these, like I mentioned earlier, please keep it dry when you do a reading, because if it's still wet or it has old wort on it,
Mm-hmm.
the reading will be diluted and it will read wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you want it just completely dry before you put a sample on it. Also, when you're pulling the sample out of the boil kettle, stir it up,
Oh, okay.
because I have seen it before give different readings off the top than it does off the bottom.
Okay.
Because the lighter wort, the lighter sugars are start to now come in.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as strong as it was when it first started coming into the boil kettle because it's being rinsed out.
Yeah.
And so at the bottom tends to be, without being mixed, there's going to be separation of sugar strength. So it's just good. It's a good practice to stir it up to get an accurate reading. But these are invaluable when you're brewing and you're mashing because it gives you an idea how well you're doing.
Yeah.
And we're doing good today.
Nice.
But like I said, we have not. We've been brewing on the Brautag for what, 2 years now,
Yep, been 2 years.
and I haven't had a missed.
Oh.
Gravity.
Missed gravity.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's good to know. And I think a lot of that has to do with the way the false bottom works. There was some trade-offs when we first started developing that. That's when we had to come up with a support ring because the force is generated on the false bottom. And we've got there's 5 feet on it, 1 in the middle and then 4 or 5 on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like a hydraulic piston. When you've got water flowing through the grain bed, it's pushing down on that false bottom, and we
Yeah.
couldn't keep them straight. I mean, they'd come in distorted. And the way you could tell what was frustrating when we first started testing all this stuff is we'd see, when you're doing the recirculation, the regular mash, you start seeing grain bits coming out, and you're like, and then you got to shut everything down, pull out all the grains, and we would pull them into the boil kettle, and then but that's what R&D does, the research and development. We trial and error, and then we had the manufacturer that made the false bottom, we had them add extra legs. That didn't even help.
Oh damn.
And then I ended up, we developed a insert for the center leg, stainless steel, that I thought, well, that'll support it.
Yeah.
Well, then everywhere where there wasn't legs, it folded.
It folded through.
So then I got a hold of that guy that builds the rings. He's a mechanical engineer, and he got to looking at it, and he said, I think this will fix it. And he brought one by to test, and we did the first batch on it, and it worked perfectly flat, no issues.
The whole time.
And I was like, because we already had them made, the false bottoms. So we were already out that investment.
Already,
I was
yeah.
like thinking we were gonna have to throw all that away.
Yeah.
But it's funny how you end up. Now it's even better than it was before. It's funny. It's just growing pains, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta figure it out one way or another, right?
Yeah. And when we get to cleaning up, you'll see there'll be some particulates down in the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
but they tend to kind of settle themselves out. This is still above, so they tend to settle at the bottom, and this will still run clear.
Oh, okay.
That's the purpose of circulation. It tends to run a little clearer as it runs. The longer it runs, the more clear it runs. Okay, so we're at complete, within 3 minutes of 45 minutes on the Sparge. We 16 gallons. I'm just gonna let it run.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Makes sense.
And then now we've got to do, Josh, if you'll watch that, let's go upstairs and get our hops. And I'll show you we used to have homebrews.
Alrighty, put me in charge. I am always impressed when they put me in charge. Do we have any questions? Oh, let me mute that mic. The only time you see me on camera really is when I'm on this shot here when I'm getting up and adjusting stuff. Todd and James, I love them on brew days that we're filming, especially the live ones, because if we're filming our Kohler Brew video, whatever, usually have a handheld rig or I'm using the cinema camera and it's more stationary. Right now, you see all the stands and stuff behind me, and they could not care less about the stands. Like if it's in their way, they don't try to work around it. They're just moving stuff. So that stand there worked. I have to go watch the replay, who knocked it down and twisted and all that. I'm actually really surprised that our work cam here did not get jostled or beat up yet. It's early. I say it's early. It's not actually early. Our brew day is more than halfway done, I would suspect. And because no one else is here, I'll let y'all in on a little secret. I'm driving back home today, and I'm so afraid that Todd can hear me. I'm going to get out of here before the cleaning starts. I'm going to start breaking down my stuff and oh, yeah, I got to get home. Got to go see the family, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to break down before the cleaning starts. Well, $5 bet with anyone in the chat who wants to take me up. The Todd says something about it, like, "Oh, are you trying to get out of here before cleaning?" And then I'll just act like I'm deaf, huh? But anyway, if you're just joining us, sorry for that rambling, but we are brewing a Dusseldorf Altbier on our Brautag setup. Oh, let me get my camera up on here. There we go. There I am. And this is the multicam right there in the corner, or over there in that corner. We've got the Sparge going on from our middle vessel. That's our mash tun into our boil kettle, which is, are we at volume already? Oh, they're getting the James and Daniel are getting the hops right now. I could get up and go check, I suppose. Let me do that. Let me see where we're at for volume, because obviously we're not going to get more out of the mash tun than can fit in there, because he didn't put that kind of volume in there. But let me see where we're at, because it looks like we're pretty stinking close, and I wonder where we're at on the temperature too. Let me turn the camera there. I'll be right back. All right, we are at 185, so we're climbing up towards the boil, and we're at a little under 18 gallon. I'd say we're at 17 3/4, so we are very close. We're very close. So, and this is looking good. Woo, that smells good. Oh, I love brew day. Oh, I love a brew day. I guess I should also go check on my pup at some point. He's in my office eating his lunch and taking a nap. But anyway, how are y'all? I hope everyone's doing well. I hope y'all have brew days planned, if not for today, at least for the weekend, because it is the best time of the year to brew. And when we do our live brew day next month, I'll say the same thing. And in March and April and every other month, it is always the best time to brew. But I don't know what Todd's up to right now. James and Daniel went upstairs to get the hops for our Dusseldorf Altbier. I believe we're using Saz Select, but I'll ask him when he gets here.
On full blast.
Hey, James, what are we using today for hops?
Spalter.
Spalter, not Saz, Spalter.
All right, so we're at over 18, and that's fine. We want to push that as far as we can.
I just got up to check. Yeah, is it already at 18? Oh, yeah, Spalter.
It's 18 and a half gallons.
Yeah.
And see, we're at 186 degrees, so we're only just a few degrees, and you'll start seeing some activity. And see, we have this much left.
Okay.
And I'm probably gonna top it off near the end of the boil, but yeah, we're fixing to start making beer. We've already made the wort. That's what's in there now. So if you want to give it a stir and take another reading, let's see where we're at.
That looks so good.
Awesome. Doesn't matter, yep.
Yeah. 10.65 still.
Is it really?
So unless I'm reading that wrong, which could easily be it.
Let's do a different, sometimes just the foam can,
Oh,
see if we can get, just wash a little liquid on it. It'll give you a brighter reading.
yeah, 'cause that was like the
1058.
10.58.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's way different.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
So see, once again, I had my efficiency set at 70%,
Yeah.
and we're at 18 and a half gallons, and I'm above where I'm supposed to be at 1058.
Every time, dude. Like-
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get it to 19,
Cause and then boil down.
and then boil it down.
Yeah.
Because you know that all beer shouldn't be that high alcohol. It should be between 4.5% and 5%. You know, not almost 6.
Yeah.
No, we're doing boozy alt
I
today.
know it's 6, so I missed that.
Just if what I usually do is I'll take the one off, and that's your gravity, your alcohol, potential alcohol. So if you're at 1045, guesstimating around 4.5% alcohol by volume.
Oh,
So we're at 1050, it's going to be around 5%. 1060, 6%.
oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. That's not accurate, but it's a guesstimate. It's right about in that area.
Ballpark.
Yeah. Ballpark, yeah. Because not every sugar that you create is going to be completely fermentable. You know, we talked about the alpha acid, the alpha sugars earlier, and those are the long chains, so they don't get completely consumed by yeast. You can convert those long chains and break them down into smaller, completely fermentable.
Yeah.
How do you say? I can't say that. Amyloglucosidase? Is that how you say that?
Well, you don't ask me. Come on.
It's an enzyme that actually takes apart the sugar chains, the long chains, and breaks them down into simple sugars. And that's how there's a beer called a Brew,
Mm-hmm.
and that's basically a French word for dry.
Oh yeah.
And so it'll go all the way down to almost 1.
Yeah.
And it'll be almost like drinking water, right?
Yeah.
Hoppy water, but I actually like it. The brute beers are good.
Hmm.
But you only use a little bit and have to use it at a certain temperature range.
Look at that.
1058.
Wow. Beautiful.
Todd, it was recommended that assuming HomebrewCon happens and we're there in Pittsburgh this year,
Yeah.
that I dress up as Gilligan and you dress up as the stripper
Yeah.
and James dresses up as the professor.
I'm in.
We just
Hey, speaking of that, Josh.
Yeah?
We're about to miss a submission.
No. I'm working on it. Yeah, I could put it. Oh, you don't believe me. I could tell.
I don't believe you at all. I think you just realized it.
No, I have an email that I started it on the process because I didn't have all of our other details. But
It's due pretty soon.
February 11th.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
I'm going to
I discussed it
get a
already.
sample of color.
Oh, that's what I was trying to mess around with here.
It's a little light for alt, but it's copper color is what you kind of want. That is just a little light for alt, wouldn't you say, Josh? Or would you? What do you think?
Yeah, it is a little light.
Not too bad.
That's not too bad.
though. Do you? Where did you put this ribbon?
I'll just do it. like that.
Okay. That's pretty close. So
It's going to boil down and darken a little bit, but it's alt beer is copper. I guess it's not bad.
yeah.
But we haven't put hops in it yet, so that's just sugar water. Basically, is all
Put
there.
it back in there and boil it.
Yep.
All right. Let me go look at this real quick.
Are you going to brew something?
I don't know. We've got people in town, so I'll maybe do Sunday,
Cool.
depending on when they're going to be.
So-
I want to brew that quad, but we don't really have the right yeast for it. So we've got a lot of yeast for.
We may have the dry yeast.
I may do a double.
Ah, look in the dry yeast. James is right.
Belgian dry yeast. What would? I'd have to look up there and see.
It'll say on
I
the
was
label.
trying to use some of that.
Yeah,
Yeast we have.
I mean, it's going to go bad. This is the protein break, or the hot break, which is just protein. I usually skim it off. And then some people say, well, the commercial brewers don't do it. The reason why I skim it off is a long time ago I read that if you get the hot break out, you won't get cold haze or chill haze.
Okay.
So what that means is if it's super cold, it's in the 30, 35, 38 degree range, it creates a haze in your beer. And if you know if it's chill hazes, as it warms up, it goes clear.
Oh,
And they
okay.
claim that you can eliminate that by pulling off the hot break.
And that's just all the foam, basically.
Yeah, that's just proteins coming up. So we get closer to boil, it'll get thicker, and I'll usually scoop it off.
You just scoop it off with like.
I've got a little stainless steel ladle that I use.
Oh, okay.
And guys out there, y'all will probably disagree with me. It's just something I've always done, so I'm going to continue to do it. I'm a creature of habit.
I do the same thing, dude, because that's how you taught it. And so that skimming, what do you call it? The protein break or hot break?
Hot break, yeah.
Hot break, yep. We do the same thing most of the time. Someone called me out on Instagram when I did the live brew day on the G40 because I
Yeah.
did not skim it.
Yeah, yeah, and once it starts boiling, it'll actually dissolve back into the wort and disappear. This is something I've always done. Plus, it gives me something to do while I'm waiting for it's all about the mechanics of it more than anything else for me. I guess that's why I enjoyed the cooler brew or the cooler style of mashing, because there's so much more to do.
Yeah.
But to me, in my humble opinion, and it's just my opinion, guys, I wouldn't want to brew any other way but with this type of setup.
Yeah.
I've brewed all-in-ones and they're fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Coolers, that's fine. This is just so versatile, and you can really get specific on temperatures and what you're doing. And once again, we wanted to be 1055 and we're almost 5 points above that on gravity. So there's nothing wrong with that. But what I probably need to do, and I have to force myself not to do it, is go back into my brewing software and raise the efficiency calculator. The reason why I don't do that is because you never know when you won't hit that efficiency, and then you boil down. You're low, so if you're low, you've got to boil out some water to raise that number to where it wants to be. But if I'm within the range, I'm not going to worry about it. I really don't obsess over a lot of the smaller things, because it just doesn't seem to be worth the time and the effort and energy. And that's probably why Todd makes better beer than me, because he does. I mean, he will go in and he will check the temperature on this coming out 2 or 3 times, and he'll check this, and he'll do multiple calibrations, and I don't do that. But I was pleasantly surprised. We took his controller, hung it on the wall, and it was within temp. I mean, on the HERMS. That's pretty cool. That doesn't normally happen. So, not to say you won't have to do an offset later on, because every now and then it doesn't hurt to check.
Yeah.
But I'm not checking it. There was a point where Todd was checking it like every 30 minutes.
Oh wow.
Because I think it was a new system we had developed, and we were wanting to make sure how stable the temperature readings were given the equipment that we decided to use. So
Yeah.
he was in there working it out. But we've been brewing for 2 years. I've been using that controller. And within the batches that I do, and I like to keep a couple on the shelf, just to, they don't go out if I haven't brewed a batch beer on them. And that's the reason why I do that is I don't want to ship this halfway across the United States. And God takes the time and the money, more importantly, the money. And it just does that to tell you, it's kind of like an alerts that you're getting close. So we probably want to turn this down.
What is the temp of boiling to?
212.
212, okay.
So I'm gonna just go to 80.
When he 80% of power.
Right.
Yeah.
So 100% is like full throttle,
Yep.
and 80% is, you know, 80%.
Yeah, I was just making sure people knew it was 80%, not 80 degrees. No, we're going to boil, guys.
Now another thing too is it'll always be 212. So we'll see how accurate that is when it starts boiling. Because if it is not, then we'll go in and I'll do an offset to make sure it's reading that. And you got to understand too, this is just resistance through a current that makes those values what they are. So it is possible, and we have seen this in the past, where it'll go between where 1 degree gets you half of where you need to be, and it'll go between 212 and 213.
And just bounce.
Don't worry about it. You still know it's boiling, so it's not like, oh crap, that's wrong. What do I do to let it boil? You know.
Makes sense.
A lot of the other boil controllers, they don't even give you temperature.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We had one that we were playing around with. It just did power percentage, and that's it. And it just displayed power percentage. It didn't give you temperature. So I like the fact that I want to know what this is doing, what this is doing. You know, all of that at the same time. Another thing to remember too is if you don't have these sensors connected, they won't work.
Right.
So it's just another safety feature. If you have this temperature probe disconnected and you go to turn on the element won't come on.
Oh, the element will. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. I thought you meant it wouldn't read. But, oh, okay. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's just another thing. But I'm deadly serious about this. If you don't have any water and you turn an element on, it'll pop.
Yeah. What happens if it does pop?
You'll hear it snap. Yeah, and you'll see a crack in the middle. Now, don't worry. We keep plenty of elements in stock. So
the element itself will pop?
Oh, yeah, if you look down in here, you'll see it split, and it'll get black. It'll turn like carbon black, and that element or whatever's inside that stainless steel, it'll puff up, swell from the heat, and it'll snap.
Oh, gotcha.
Because I've done it in the past. We were going over building these units, and I was building them and putting them together. I had the wrong lead plugged into the wrong element and went to turn it on to test it, and I heard it makes a really weird smell too, because it's cooking in ambient air, and then it goes, and I knew exactly. I know that sound when it does it, and I went through a couple of elements doing that. So when it says boil, make sure that lead is connected to your boil pot, and your mash is good, because you can't get those mixed up because they're the same plug. I guess if I was a smarter guy, I would have reversed the plugs on one side versus the other, and then you wouldn't do that. But it's also a safety factor. You have male plugs going into female plugs that are hot. You don't want an exposed male plug, so that's probably why they don't do that.
Oh, okay, they're labeled down there. Okay.
And as far as maintenance on those units, I don't know what you can do. Just keep the dust off of them.
Yeah.
When I connected the SSRs, the solid state relays, that's what's underneath here. You can feel it radiates because they're going on and off. They're cycling a lot. And every time they do that, they're opening and closing the current to the elements. It generates a lot of heat.
Okay.
So that's why the bigger heat sink is better. It helps make the relays last longer.
What so whenever you're storing it, I mean, you could just store it like this, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
the cool thing
with
about these is it's got a gasket.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I'll be in the garage, so.
You don't have to worry about it. I put some of that dum-dum inside there. Yeah, it should be completely dust free on the inside, closed up,
Yeah.
and you shouldn't have to do anything. From time to time, like I told you before, if you want to check the tightness of the lugs, just make sure it's unplugged before you do
Yeah.
that.
And then you check that with the with the screwdriver? Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'll go get it. I've got a Klein that is really good. I got this one. And Klein, they make good stuff. And that's what I use when I build the cabinets. They
Oh,
come
okay.
in two different sizes, a small and a large. And then twist that knob. Just twist that. It
Oh, it
pops
just
right
pops
out.
out. Oh, wow.
That's what I use. And it'll fit. Some of those contactors use the small blade, some of them use the big blade. But you shouldn't have, it's not a word. It's just me being animal about it, you know.
Cool.
Yeah. And a long time ago, one of the first cabinets I built all from scratch. I'm talking, I bought the individual parts online, drilled the holes in the cabinet, did it all from scratch. Todd was using it, and one of the element contactors, basically just electrical switch. I had left one of the, I know what I did, is I was tinning the ends, which is you just strip the ends and then dip them in solder. And I thought, well, that would be better. But what happens when solder gets warm, when you're running current through it, it gets soft.
Yeah.
So when it got soft, it created resistance in that circuit.
I just hit the wrong
Built up
thing.
heat, and it slowed
Clay in the chat saying, what did you brew? I forget. I have to scroll up and look at a pale, right? You brewed a pale ale, and you cleaned all by yourself. Wait, you didn't bring your dad over, or your boss, or your coworker? Huh? Maybe one day. Hey, Murray, come over here. Murray, get your nose out of that trash, boy.
piece of tubing with a plastic collar. And so the strip wires go inside there, and then that tubing crushes in that contactor assembly. So it
Go
never,
lie down, boy.
it doesn't loosen up. So we ended up switching to that, and that fixed that problem. But I think because of that one time when I had one smoke, I'm always like, oh, I need to check these, but you don't. I mean, I've already done that plenty of times, right?
He's nosy. Yeah, I hope you don't mind dogs. Sorry.
No, not
So how many people we got still watching? Are they all gone?
No, it's a roller coaster of viewers, which I'm surprised, especially during the lunch break. We peaked at like 54
Yeah.
live.
Where's Clay at? Is Clay on?
A different Clay, yes.
Oh, Clay, a buddy of mine, he works from home. I talked to him last night. He said he was going to tune in.
Yeah, engineer Clay. Well, actually, this Clay might be an engineer too. But our
He's a mechanical engineer,
Mechanical
electrical engineer.
yeah, he has not chatted yet. If
He's wicked smart.
he's wicked smart.
He's the kind of guy that just sits around. He told me one day, "Oh man, I come up with an app. You want to see it?" I'm like, dude,
Yeah, no problem.
you're wicked smart. He come up with this little board, and if he's listening, he probably knows what he
It was an Arduino board, I think, is what he was programming.
Yeah, and he was like,
Yeah.
he was making, I think it was a Keyser, and it was like a Wi-Fi temperature switch that he could operate from his phone, and I was like, dude, I don't even want to tell you what I did today.
I told him
Yeah.
we told him he's a nerd.
Yeah, he's an awesome guy. He came over one day. He's into drones, and he had a Bixler, which is just like basically a foam airplane with a GoPro on it. And he was like, "This flight," because I have a big 100 acres behind my house. Mine is coastal. And he's getting everything out. And we're fixing
You were
to
definitely the
fly.
better Clay.
And,
Absolutely.
He's like, "Ah, crap! I left my controller at home. You know, the radio
Yeah,
controller."
yeah.
Goes, "That's all right. I got GPS on the plane." So he grabbed his laptop out and got his laptop going. He was flying it with his laptop.
Oh, wow. That's
I
a
was
whole
like,
other level.
that's a whole different level of smart than I thought I was.
That is cool. Do you have a restroom?
Yeah, just right
Right
here.
around the corner. Yep.
No, that's the first door right here.
No, he's in the restroom, Murray, not you. Yeah, other buddy Clay said he said what he does for a living, he goes, but I'm definitely the better Clay.
Well,
Murray. Murray.
he's fine.
He was trying to get in the bathroom too. Like, hey man, hey, what are you doing here?
Well, until he grows a hand and turns a knob, I wouldn't worry about
Yeah,
it.
that's right.
He's just happy to be alive.
He
you know?
is. It's a good day for a dog. It's a good day for a chocolate nut.
So we ended up a gallon more than we anticipated on the brew,
Yep.
and I'm almost at 1060, or I will be as it boils down.
You
So
will.
what I'm going to do is I'm going to top it off before we cool it down, just so we have more beer.
Yeah, absolutely.
More beer is
Well,
good.
and also, like you said, the style.
Let me unmute my mic. The style shouldn't be but 4.5 to 5%.
That's correct.
Like so.
Yeah,
So
you don't want a boozy alt
no,
beer.
no, because then you're gonna get sloshed.
Yeah,
Quick.
Yeah,
I don't wanna get
I'd like to
sloshed.
have more than two.
Yeah. Well, that's what dude. You made me a believer over the years. Like with the Kolsch, like if it finishes at 4.5 to 5%, perfection,
Yeah, yeah. That's easy drinking.
perfectenschlag.
I'm gonna get any service in here. I'm gonna make phone call really
Yeah.
quick.
Do you want to get on the Wi-Fi? Does
no,
it have Wi-Fi calling? Okay, no problem.
I mean, we'll see if I can make a phone call here.
Yeah, if you can.
Fine.
You should be able to once you step outside. Murray, hey, get over here, boy.
Come here.
Murray, you get over here, boy. You get over here. Always a good boy. Always a good boy. This is now the Murray cast.
Yeah.
All about Murray.
I should have grabbed Gracie, and so she could just
But you,
run away from you and
Well,
hide.
I told Todd before
Coming up here, I told him I'm not bringing Murray. He's a pain in the ass, and he's just gonna require all of our attention. And then this morning, my wife was like, as I'm leaving the house early, she
You're
goes,
not taking him?
"Yeah, if you don't take him, he's gonna tear up the house." Because normally he hangs out in my office all day.
Right.
And I was like, "Oh, okay, you're right." So,
Yeah, and he's not probably the kind of dog you want to leave in the garage.
no,
And he'll find his way
fi-
through the drywall.
Exactly. Yeah. And then when you get home, he'll be like, "Hey guys, I found a way to find you. Hey, look what I did. Aren't you proud of me for eating your drywall?" Yeah, Gilbert in the chat said dogs are like kids, but they listen better. Yeah, you've met my kids.
Yeah, and they don't turn into teenagers.
It's the Murray cast, Todd. It's now. Poor dog.
Who's that?
Oh, the Murray. Oh my god. He doesn't like that at all.
I make you nervous sometimes. Some days.
We're boiling.
Well, I guess it is all right on the color. I get too picky, I guess.
What? You picky? Huh?
I don't remember that being one of your characteristics.
We were talking about.
You know, I was doing that the other day, and some people do it and some people don't. So,
Yeah, we were bringing that up. I'm surprised somebody hadn't chimed in about it.
well, it's so funny because I was like, I'm gonna look it up and see what some different people say. And immediately, I got on Homebrew Talk, and immediately it was Lorena saying you didn't need to do it.
Well, that's just like it's like one of those things I've always done.
Right.
You know.
And
I know, that's
do
what
it
I
too.
said. I've been doing it for 40 years, so I couldn't stop doing it. But I didn't do it last time, for the first time ever.
Yeah, I just always was told that
Yeah.
helps prevent chill haze. So, if that one little step can do
Yep.
anything towards clarity,
Yep.
then I don't mind doing it.
Agreed.
I mean, what do you guys do out there? Do y'all pull the pop break out, or do you leave it in?
Let us know in the comments. We're at like 24 viewers, and I think 20 of them are my devices. So we're at. No, I'm kidding.
Well, that's 5 guys.
Yeah, I'm kidding. Yeah, brewing on the Brautag. Well, first, brewing on the G40 made me like, oh, I gotta brew more. It's so much fun to brew, even on your own. So much fun to brew. Brewing on the Brautag makes me realize how bad my pop needs to make space, and we need to put one in. It's just too much fun.
All right, we're going to do the first hop edition.
And we're using Spalta.
Spalta. You mean white?
What do you do?
He had to take a phone call. You did Adam. I mean, the hop schedule is one of the easiest things to explain.
Yeah.
And what is our hop schedule for this brew day?
Okay, this one for the 60, we got 4 ounces. Then the 30, another 4. And then at 15 minutes, we do 3. So we got 4 at the 60, 4 at the 30, 3 at the 15. Okay, so now we're going to do a hop addition. And I'll let you do that. Now, let me explain this real quick of what we mean by, I just said 60, 30, 15. That's all based on a 1 hour boil, 60-minute boil. So when I say we're going to go, I'm going to turn that down because we're boiling now. So when I say I'm going to do 4 ounces at the 60, that means for the entire boil, I'm going to use 4 ounces of hops.
Okay.
So we're going to put 4 ounces in right now, and then it's a Ziploc. You just open it and dump it. Then we've got a second hop addition, 4 ounces at 30. So what that means basically is in 30 minutes, we're gonna put 4 more ounces that will boil for 30 minutes. And then the final one is we're going to do 3 ounces at 15. So the last 15 minutes of the 60-minute boil, we're going to add 3 ounces.
Got it. Okay. And you can just add them.
Huh? Yeah, just pour them right in.
Smells good.
Now you might get a little bit of boil. It can boil over with hops.
Mm-hmm.
So generally what I'll do, yep. And then if you see it, you can either have like a spray bottle full of RO water and you can hit it and it'll immediately, the foam will go down, or you can do that.
Oh, okay.
You just want to cool the top. If you cool the top, it will, the foam will immediately recede. And you can see we've got a little bit of protein left.
Mm-hmm.
It'll dissolve in.
Where do you get, like, I guess, where would I be able to get RO water?
There's a lot of stations around in your area where you can get it for like $4
Like penguin ice?
Oh, okay, the penguin ice,
Yep.
that's RO water?
Yep.
Okay.
Correct.
Or you can, if you, of course you're gonna get a table. Someday down the road, if you want, you can actually do like we did and put an
Like
RO
a
system
system
on the
there.
side. And then you can,
Hey James, you're taller than me. Can you turn that camera, adjust it to where, yeah, right there's perfect.
okay.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
And just hook straight up to your water line?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then is this where,
Yep, that's the good water, that's the bad water. So you want that discharging into a drain or outside, or like if you've got a little garden or something, you can
drain it in
discharge
there?
it
That's
into
such a
that.
pretty boil. Damn, we are pushing it. I love it.
Oh,
What are we at?
it's about to boil over.
Yeah, I saw it. No, we're good.
So let's go all the way down to 70 and do that. So what did I do with my spare? Put it back in the sink. So yeah, you can do, Amazon sells some pretty good RO systems. Just be very mindful on the gallons per day.
Yeah?
Because you don't want to get a system that takes you a whole week to collect enough water to do a 15-gallon boil. You know, this one right here, that's one of the higher ones, but it'll do like 60 gallons per day.
Oh, wow.
That one right there.
Okay.
We only need about less than half of that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like yesterday, we turned the water on when we got here, and I think we ended up at around lunch. This was completely full, and this one was all the way up to here, so I had to drain some into a bucket over here.
Oh wow, so it takes that long? Like hours for it to fill up?
It does, yeah. Yeah, and the reason why is you're only getting a third of what is coming into it. So it's discharging, you'll only let certain water molecules go through that membrane. Everything else just gets bypassed and gets thrown in the sink.
Got it. Okay.
So it's your choice. You got to remember, you're going to need at least 17, 18 gallons for your HLT, and then give it on the water to grain ratio. Remember, 1 to 5, 1.5 to 1,
Yeah.
1.5 quarts per pound of grain.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that. Keep it at 1.5
Yeah.
because it'll circulate better.
Got it.
Yeah, you don't want to push a thick mash because then it's just more stress on the false bottom, and you
More-
can create more
yeah.
problems. And there's nothing worse than having to nurse a stuck circulation. That means you're going to have to sit there and stir it the whole
The
time.
whole time.
Yeah, and then there's a possibility it won't go completely clear. And we found that with all the years that we brewed on these type of systems, 1.5 to 1 water to grain ratio is ideal. Some of the hardcore people will say, well, certain styles you need a 1 to 1, but everything that we brewed, 1.5 to 1 is great for circulation. We've actually gone even more. Like we brewed one time with almost 2 to 1.
Oh wow.
And it's just because we put
Yeah,
too much
put too
water
much
in
water
the
in
mash, and that beer came out fine.
Yeah.
It circulated like a mother though. It did really good circulating. You know, so there's things that maybe aren't as important as others, and that's your job to do, is to figure out
Which one's
which
important,
one works for
not?
you and which ones don't.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, how am I gonna get 20, 25 gallons of RO water? I got a 5 gallon
Yeah.
things I gotta go fill up
Yeah.
and dump, right?
Yeah, if you don't put an RO system in.
I'll tell you what I've got here, if you want them, is we've got a bunch of these Brew clean. This is our cleaning powder that we have made.
Mm-hmm.
So they're basically soap buckets, so you're not going to get them any cleaner than something that has a cleaning soap in it. You know?
Yeah.
So if you want to take like 4 buckets with you, then they've got lids, and then at least you can. The
Yeah.
lids have gaskets, so once you fill it with water, snap the lid on it. They're not going to.
They're not gonna.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you can just put them in the back of your car,
Yeah.
and you're good to go.
They're all 5 gallons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because you're going to be using 15, 17, and then so you'll need 5 buckets.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll probably do that first, and then maybe look into one of these.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cheap too. I mean, you could do. A lot of people brew with city water. They do. Just go onto their city website and they'll have a water profile
Yeah.
report. And something that Buddy Clay, we were just talking about him, the engineer, he actually sent, because we're having issues with our brewing out where I live,
Mm-hmm.
because that's where we brewed, and we were using well water. Don't use well water. I mean, you're lucky
Yeah.
that y'all can brew.
My
with
pop's
it.
well, yeah. His
But
is
not
fine,
all,
yeah.
most well water has lots of dissolved solids, and if you're where I'm at, it's all coastal, there's all kinds of chemicals leaching down into the water table. So that turned out to be a big dud. We could brew stouts,
Right.
barely,
Yeah.
but anything light,
Just
terrible.
forget about it. Yeah, you're not brewing German Pilsners with your water supply.
Yeah, you don't want to do. That was Clay. He said, "Sorry, I had just a few minutes to tune in, and y'all were eating lunch. I have to call later and hear how it goes and see if there's anything funny to rewatch."
No boil overs, Clay.
No boilovers.
Well, I mean, if I'm gonna be spending all this money on that, might as well spend a little bit more to get good water.
Well, bad water will mess
Just,
up.
you know what, and people, you guys out there, y'all probably would argue with me on this, but we just use RO water. You know, people are, well, you want to do the profiles for like London, like
Clay in the chat. No, we're not dissing city water. I use San Marcos city water, even though Lorena has told me that I shouldn't, and I didn't have any issues. But we are definitely dissing James's city water. Totally different.
But I don't do any of that. I tried, and it's a lot of work. You got to sit down and figure up, and then you got to adjust your table. And I just would if you can just get it out of an RO system, and the pH is where you want to be.
Yeah.
And I'll give you some pH papers to take with you. But like I said, a lot of people will brew with city water.
Yeah, and have no issue at all.
Great beer.
And brew great, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sometimes people overthink it.
Mhm.
It's just like if you Lorena is big on water. She's one of our contributors and like just stupid smart with all things brewing and fermentation. She will argue to her dying breath that like water, how important it is or whatever. But I've brewed with high pH water and not having
Nothing too crazy.
No. But again, wherever you're at in Round Rock, you can get a report and you can run it against what you're going for and make the decision off that. Because also, it's not difficult to get, even if you don't have an RO setup, the Penguin Ice places, what is it, like 35 cents for
Yeah.
a gallon?
Or something.
Yeah, it's dirt cheap. I ended up buying 5 of like Ocarina or Ozarka at one point, and they're reusable. And I can take it to the Penguin Ice, fill it there, put the tap on, take it home, and all that.
That's probably what I'll end up doing.
Yeah.
How do you change the pH level on it though?
Well,
You
on
can
all-
do gypsum or
Yeah.
calcium carbonate.
Oh,
Will
that
go
actually
one
changes
direction
it.
or another.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's whole communities dedicated to water profiles.
Yeah.
And if you start with RO, it's a blank canvas to make, because there are people, if they're brewing an alt beer, I need to see what the water in Dusseldorf is and make that profile up with chalk and gypsum and all that stuff. So, yeah.
Okay.
But again, maybe I'm just lazy, where it's just like, if we're here, we're just brewing with RO water, no profile at all.
Mhm.
At my pop's place, we're brewing with well water with nothing
You
done
have
to
more
it
of
right
that.
now. So.
Yeah, absolutely. On your timer, I noticed one thing. If you push on it, the back
Mm-hmm.
has opened up for some reason. Where they weld that together?
Yeah, and
So-
mine's we've brewed on like 8 of these, and it's never done that. So let's.
I'll just swap it out real
We
quick.
could just
before-
we'll just send it
yeah.
back to the factory.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. There's only 3 wires. Pop it in, pop it out.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't want to have to deal with that down the road.
What was it? I missed it.
The timer box,
Yeah.
where it's sealed on the back that holds everything in, it come loose for some
Oh, no.
reason. So it's not a big deal.
Yeah,
Got
you can
plenty of
replace that
stock.
easy.
I'll swap it
Yeah.
out. It'll take about 5
Okay, I was
minutes.
gonna say it'll be quick.
Yeah. That thing has 3 little tiny wires that you have to use a special size screwdriver, so you don't have to deal with it when you get home.
Yep.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
And that's another thing, I forgot to hit the timer for the hops.
Did you? Where are we at? You think? I guess I have to rewind.
Yeah, I was like,
We got the DVR. Hold on.
But it's like this, it's the bittering hops, so it's in there the longest, it's gonna do what it's gonna do, given the volume of hops.
Yeah.
It's like we were talking about sugars and fuel tank, and, I mean, it will only bitter so much over time, so if we put 4 ounces in for an hour, I don't think you're gonna see a difference in bittering versus an hour and a half,
yeah.
The biggest thing is your secondary and third hop addition, because you're wanting specific things to happen. It takes quite a while for the isomerization of the hops in the bittering units,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the reason why you do a 60-minute boil. And that is reduced by the length of time that you boil it. So at a 30-minute hop addition, we're probably not working more for bittering, but for aroma and flavor. And at the end, aromatic.
Got it. Okay.
So, and then there's a thing called the dry hop. So when you got it in the conical and it's conditioning after you hit high carousing, like if you're doing a dry hop on a lager, what I like to do is I like to wait till I do the diacetyl rest, which is room temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Then I put the hops in. But like on an ale, it's room temperature anyway. So just the reason why you want to do a dry hop addition after high carousing, the CO2 can scrub the aromatics out of the beer, just from the bubbling action.
Yeah.
And you lose effectiveness or efficiency of the hops that you're trying to make flavor the beer.
Got it.
So just after high carousing, I do tend to dry hop 4 or 5 days, and then you can move it into a secondary. But with your case, you can cold crash because you're using a conical, they'll settle down to the bottom. There's big enough valves there that you can actually pull some of that off.
Cool, yeah.
Another cool thing about conicals that you're going to enjoy too is you'll be able to, you'll be able to repitch yeast because,
Yeah, I read something about that.
and that will save you a lot of money on yeast.
Yeah,
I've done it. We did a course one time and I did 5 pitches. In other words, I did 5 batches. I didn't even pull the yeast out. I wanted to see if it could be done, and we did
We
it,
did. Oh,
and
yeah.
it worked.
Oh, it worked great.
Yeah.
I would have done more, but you thought you were noticing a noticeable.
It started after the 5th pitch because you got to understand when the yeast divide and multiply, it also mutates, and then there's also some dead yeast there.
Right.
So I think if you're going to do a repitch at the 5th or 4th time, you probably want to wash the yeast. What that means is you pull the good yeast or the middle pack out of the yeast pack and then discard the rest, and then you can actually rinse it with sanitized water. Well, not sanitized, but boiled and cooled water. You can actually rinse, and all the dead stuff will separate from the good yeast. And then you can actually go back in and you can use some dry malt extract and you can build it back up to a bigger number. Or by that time, by 4 or 5 pitches, it's so big that, I mean, that last one, we were almost to the sample valve of just yeast.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So it
Yeah.
just keeps building, you know, and it eats sugars, multiplies, it gets bigger in volume, and that's how they create yeast at the yeast factories, is they just keep adding sugar and water, and they keep multiplying, it gets bigger. But that's the benefit of a conical. You can do it with a regular fermenter, but it's a lot, you don't have to worry about getting your hands dirty or anything like that, but it is possible to do it, and we have done it, so.
wow, okay.
Yeah. Because if you buy liquid yeast at a retail store, what's $12?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
At least.
Yep, 10.95 on the low end.
Yeah. So, you know, I just always look for ways of saving a little bit of money, you know?
Sure.
And if you can get just the same results. Another thing too, it starts quicker because it's already ready to go.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to, there's a thing called lag time. So when we were talking about viability on yeast, as it gets older, the less cells are viable on liquid yeast for sure. Well, when you pitch that, you're not really, they may say 100 billion cells, but that's not what you're pitching because that was when it came out of when it was manufactured.
Yeah.
So there's a thing called lag time, and that means that it's having to reproduce and multiply in numbers enough to where it starts fermenting, actively fermenting. And sometimes lag time can cause a flavor profile difference that you may not want. In some beers, they actually force that to create those kind of flavors. But
Okay.
if you're doing a light lager or a pilsner or something like that, then you want to get it going. You want the correct cell count. Lagers take a lot more yeast because it's cold
Yeah.
than ales.
Yeah.
So I tend to pitch, you know, at least 50% more yeast on a lager than I do an ale.
Okay.
There's calculators online where you can tell, it'll tell you specifically how many billion cells you need for a given batch size. There's
Murray.
you can get deep, you can go down rabbit holes
Oh,
on everything on
I've
this.
been going so far.
Yeah, so, you know, as long as you're comfortable with that, you don't have to, that's what I'm saying. You can make it as simple as you want, you can make a fantastic beer.
Nice.
Yep.
Did you figure out what time we're at? Because I've been.
No, but
Look.
we've been bittering hops for 7 minutes.
Okay.
Probably 17.
Probably 17.
At least we know where to add the 30-minute hop addition.
Yes,
So,
we will. Yeah, we'll be good.
to see how much, because of the wide mouth, we lose a lot to evaporation
Yeah.
pretty quick. Because we were over 19 gallons
Yeah.
when we started, and now we're almost at 18 and a half gallons. And another thing too is it's quiet. It doesn't make a whole lot of noise.
You can even hear it.
We had those pumps, and they're pretty loud.
Those over there?
Yeah, these ones, you can't even hear them running. And it may be because the chiller is covering the sound up. They make a little sound, not much.
Right, yeah, not much though.
Oh, and your controller, it's ticking between 212 and 213.
Yeah, I saw that.
So we can go down, but it'll take between 211 and 212.
Yeah.
So I'd say just leave it where it is. If you could do a half a degree offset, then you could nail it. But just one of those things that doesn't bother me.
Man, coming along, huh?
Smells
Yep.
great.
Oh, sure.
Where are you gonna put this? Like, where are you gonna ferment in buckets?
We're gonna put it in.
Where do you
this-
transfer?
Oh, it's that one.
Yep, yep. That one we put a coil in, and that's actually spray foam I got at Ace Hardware.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I saw that.
It's a piece of art.
It looks like crap, but that thing will hold temperature a lot closer to the chiller.
It doesn't look like crap.
I think it looks like art, James.
Yeah. It looks like
Abstract art.
Pizza
We
the
can-
Hut.
You know, it looks like
When we're done using it, we're gonna give it to an art. We're gonna give it to a modern art museum.
Look at that.
yeah, and then they could just scratch their heads and say, "What the hell is that?"
You did a pretty good job.
You know,
Right? It
it's
turned out
funny 'cause
good.
It'll go within 2 or 3 degrees of the chiller. Yeah, which is amazing, right, Todd? Because it.
Yeah.
No, sure.
I may have to do that because if I'm in the garage, I think that thing's gonna start sweating like crazy.
Yeah, and you can get that. That's a neoprene. But we actually added a layer of that same foam that's on the lid.
Yeah.
I actually covered it with that,
With that too.
and then put the neoprene back over it. Just try to hold more temperature. But I think the cooling coil for that one comes through the top, and this cooling coil is permanently installed, but it's this big around.
Oh wow.
So, and it's smaller tubing. This is bigger tubing, this big around, this long.
Yeah.
And with the smaller tubing and the bigger diameter covers more area, it cools a lot better. It just looks like dog shit. It literally looks like dog shit.
Speaking of, do you need to go back outside, dude? When is this? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, pick it up. He will go, trust me.
You will.
So what are you gonna brew? What's your first beer gonna be?
I don't even know. I was gonna ask you what's like a good beginner's beer.
Amber Ale, can't
That's
go
what I
wrong
was
with
thinking,
that.
like amber.
Yeah.
So I love that so much.
And a simple recipe for Amber Ale is just go 27 pounds of 2-row, and then do like 3 or 4 pounds of 40L or 60L,
Yeah.
and a little Caro Pills, like 1.5 pounds of Caro Pills, and then some. You could do just a common hop, like I like Noble hops, so
Noble.
yeah. Yeah.
Where'd James go? He took off.
Yeah, he got summoned over there.
Oh, yeah, probably pick up. Dude, what? Really? Hey, man. Really? You gotta chew up stick? You
Is
dumb
that what it is?
Yeah. Yeah, he finds it's hard to keep firewood at my house. He just eats it all. He's about 15 months old, and still very much a puppy.
Oh, he's only 15.
Yeah, he is.
Wow.
Yeah, big old chocolate lab.
Puppy.
Big old chocolate lab. Chocolate.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, he's alright. Actually, I got him from a breeder right down the road from Real Ale. It was an excuse to go to Blanco, and my wife and kids were wanting a dog, and Todd's had chocolate labs for as long as I've known him, 13 plus years, and I was like, well, I know they're friendly with kids, and
Mhm.
I know they're gonna get big and they shed everywhere, but you know, we needed a family dog because I've got a 4-year-old daughter, a 9-year-old, and an 11-year-old daughter.
Oh, okay.
All 3 girls.
All 3 girls. I got 2 girls, so.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Give me, yeah.
I got a 16-year-old daughter.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's, I'm just like, can I keep them this age this whole time?
Right.
Like,
Gosh,
How old are you?
it's just 3 and 5.
What a great,
See,
I miss that.
4-year-old, I keep telling the older two that she's my favorite. And like, you know, obviously I'm kidding to a degree. They don't watch this. But they'll be like, what? I say, because she doesn't talk back to me.
Yeah.
She doesn't have sass. And y'all were cute at that age, you know, and then y'all got sassy.
I always joke, like, we always call, like, the 5-year-olds, like, just, like, already, like, the 5-nager.
Yeah.
Sorry, turning into a teenager.
Really?
Yeah.
5 going on 15,
Yeah.
that kind of thing, yeah. 3 and 5, I love that age.
Yeah, it is.
They're so fun to be around.
Super cute.
Yeah.
You know, I remember Emily, we had game night and watched, you know, she loved Raising Hope. And that's probably not the most,
I don't even know the show.
her mother freaked out when she found out we watched it, but just loved to hear her laugh, you know.
Yeah.
She had such a wonderful laugh. And,
What was the age that she stopped wanting to hang out with you? Because that's what I'm not looking forward to.
Yeah.
about 6 months ago.
About 6 months ago.
True.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would say, I would take that as a win. I mean, almost 15 and a half.
Yeah, right?
That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, my 11-year-old already tells me I'm not funny. I'm like, ooh, it just hurts a little different. I hear her mother tell me it all the time.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, we used to be like really close. She was so much fun. I take her to McDonald's, and she loved to play on the playground equipment. She knew every kid's name when she left. She'd say bye. She knows first names.
yeah, yeah.
Just
That's
like you can say it once to her, and she'll never forget it. It's amazing. It's a superpower she
You
has.
serve her well.
Yeah. So she was very, very social, and she, for the most part, she still is. But, you know, she's got that teenage angst.
She's a teenager.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody told me, and I'm like, not me.
Not my angel.
Yeah. And I was like,
That's what I say about my girls now. Todd's like, you just wait. He has 2 daughters, and they're 19 and 21. No, pardon me, 20 and 21.
yeah.
And he's like, you just wait, Josh. I was like, no, not my angels. And I see now my 11-year-old, she's about to be 12. I see her turning into a monster, and I'm like, oh no, my angel.
I've already accepted it.
Yeah, that's your
Whoa.
future.
So, yeah.
Is he eating wood?
Yeah, he found the stick, and it's good fiber, I'm told.
Well,
I had to, you know, all that firewood I brought home from Todd's dad's place last time.
Yeah.
I had to put it in my garage because if I left it in our pile in the backyard, he ate all of our firewood. We moved into this house February of last year, and it had like a fraction of a cord, so it wasn't a whole lot of firewood.
yeah.
After, it didn't even take him a weekend to eat it. Like I went out there one day, I was like, what the? And we had hardly any firewood left because he spent all day out there eating wood because he's a moron.
Like,
Murray.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he speaks English. Are you gonna run a tube, or are we gonna drag that over there?
I'm just gonna set it outside for right now, and then what I do on these, I've already scrubbed this. I'll fill it up and put sanitizer in it and get it ready.
Yeah, and let me turn the camera on. He's messing with the fermenter that we're going to be using today, which is the
Do you use oxygenized, like,
When-
anything? You just throw it in there?
the
When it's-
fermenter.
When we're pumping it into the fermenter,
Yeah.
because we'll use this pump here, and just the shooting down in, you can bury it. That's all.
It's
it needs.
enough? Okay.
Now, keep in mind, the higher the gravity, the more important oxygenation is. So if you're trying to do a big
Hey,
beer,
come on. Bring it.
uh,
Bring it.
this is very important.
Come on.
You remember you need, like if you want to brew like a 7, 8, 9% alcohol beer, you've got to have oxygen. It's good because you've got to have enough oxygen for the yeast to eat all the sugars. Plus you have to have pitch enough yeast.
Okay.
So if you don't have enough yeast, it'll only divide and eat, and what's going to happen is you'll end up having stuck fermentation. So you start at 1070, and you're going to end out
And you're not just gonna let
sweet
that.
beer.
I know, that's
Like
what I was
1030,
wondering.
1025. 'cause there wasn't initial numbers to keep it going, and there wasn't enough oxygen to keep it going. So those are real important things. So what I did, I MacGyvered a setup, a carbonation wand with a carbonation stone, which you can buy on Amazon anywhere. And then I went to an oxygen regulator for like Burns-O-Matic, those little handheld torches that use the little 1 pound cylinder. You can get them at True Value. On Amazon, I ordered they make little inline filters too. That's important. So I got a filter, a carbonation stone with like a 12-inch wand, and then some tubing and that little regulator. I bought all that on Amazon, and then I went down to True Value and bought one of those oxygen, 1 pound oxygen cylinders. And then you just stick it in there, turn it on, and run it for 2 or 3 minutes, and that's usually enough.
Yeah.
Some people say you need to have a flow meter and you need to time it, and maybe you do, but I didn't need to do that.
You do that right after you.
Right after it's chilled.
Right after,
So,
right after it's chilled.
so what you can do, one or two things. You can immerse the wand in sanitizer, or you can put it in, and like I use these little cheap clamps. You can set it in the boil kettle, last 15 minutes, and just let it sanitize itself. And then go ahead and run your cooling, however you're going to cool it. You're going to cool in the kettle. And then once it's cooled to the right temperature, then all you got to do is grab the wand, turn the valve on, and then just
Oh, you do it right there in the kettle.
right there in the
Oh,
kettle.
okay.
Yeah.
Then you transfer it over.
Because you're just you're blowing all the oxygen out from the boil. You just put it back in. But regular air, room, ambient air works fine for anything, like say 6 or 12.
Cool.
See, this is that coil I was telling you
Yeah, I
about.
saw that.
See how much bigger it is?
Yeah.
And you have
Let me show
a
them.
little soap on there.
So, explain this? What you did on your ferminator?
Okay, so what I did was I bought, this is Blakeman's chilling coil. It's their big one. And I just drilled 2 holes. Now it's stainless steel, so you gotta remember there's a special hole saw for stainless steel. If you try to use a wood hole saw on stainless steel, it'll grind it to smooth. It won't do anything. So just make sure you have the right hole saw. And then you drill, they give you the size, I wanna say it's 5/8, something like that. And it comes with O-rings. Drill 2 holes, put it together. It has nuts and the fittings, even comes with the fittings. And that's really all you do. And I like the fact the diameter and the thinness of the tubing makes the temperature transfer a lot more efficient, I think. So, anyway, you just gotta make sure they're really clean. Like this still has some soap residue, so I'm gonna rinse it off before we take this outside and fill it up.
Did you say you put more in at 40?
At 30.
30.
Yep.
30 and
So,
15?
in 9 minutes, can you remember that, Josh?
Yeah, 9 minutes.
9 minutes? Or
So
maybe do this.
259
Or set it up on the.
Timer. And then it'll go off and we'll put 4 in.
Put 4.
The ferminator.
This
Beautiful.
had just a little bit of room clean left on it. So I'm just rinsing it off. And I like this. It's got handles.
Oh, nice. There you go.
But like I said, if you're going to get one, definitely get one that you can structure up.
Yeah, that's probably.
I don't know if I think I addressed it in the chat, but for those curious who's doing the cleaning of all the equipment, it is not me. They don't know that yet, but I am telling y'all right now. Spoiler alert, it is not me. Oh man, it is a beautiful day. Let me see if I can get y'all a view. Oh no, way too bright. Oh, we will adjust. Look at these Logitech C920s. I think we've had them for a decade. They're really nice. Did you take my dog?
Yep.
Did he go upstairs with you?
Yep.
No, he did not. Did you carry him?
I didn't go upstairs.
Oh,
He
okay.
just went outside.
Could you be louder? Hey, Todd? Could you be louder? That mic is right next to you. Just, you know. Murray. Hey, Murray. Murray. Bubba. Hey. What are you doing? It's a very pretty day, boss. So yeah, I didn't know you're brewing as well this weekend.
Oh, I don't know.
What were you gonna?
I got stuff. I got family in town. I'm just looking at recipes.
Oh, okay.
I
I
may
should.
brew a Belgian.
Well, I was gonna take home something, but when I come up next week,
Oh, okay.
I don't know what we have. I'll figure it out. I bet you I could take home enough to brew another Kolsch.
Yeah, but you've brewed so many Kolsches, you probably want to try something different.
No, it's the year of Kolsch, 2022 on the German-Mexican calendar.
Yeah.
It's
Year
of the Kolsch.
Dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun.
My dog just took off. I'm gonna go make sure he's not going with the construction site. Hold on.
We had a guy that bought one of these. Never cleaned anything. The valve got high fermentation created a lot of foam.
Yeah.
That foam got into that valve. Oh, and look what? And it got stopped up. Well, he was doing put this plumbing valve on it. The valve didn't work. Everything goes up. Blew the lid off. Didn't have to super. So yes, as long as you put a couple drops of oil in it. Just right after high grousing, you just put the valve on and let the rest of the fermentation will ferment, will CO2 the beer. Yeah, carbonate the beer.
Chicken food. I've got lots of chickens.
Yeah?
Yeah, they love this stuff.
Oh, I bet.
At some point, I think what I'm going to do is after we get that other hop edition going, I think I'm going to switch the controllers and I'm going to go ahead and change out your
Okay.
timer. That way you don't have to wait longer because you've got a long drive home. Well, it's about 3 hours.
Yeah, 2.5, 3, yeah.
Yeah,
we
we
got-
got rock about 2.5.
Yeah.
We got to figure out how to puzzle piece all his parts in his unit in his car.
Yeah, because I want to do that, and then I want to see what other shit I can
I like the sound of that.
buy. What else can I fit in there? Because there's lots of stuff that I need.
What are you gonna brew? You need some brewing.
Well, I told him an amber ale would be a good first beer.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I just brewed one.
yeah.
I love it.
But I mean, it'll be a couple weeks. So I still gotta get. I wanted to wait to see like what y'all do for fermentation and stuff,
Mhm.
but I've been leaning on that, so I gotta get that, and then I need.
I do both. I do buckets a lot, and I have one of those.
Yeah.
So if I'm brewing a lot, I don't. You know, I usually will do a lager and put it in there, and then if I'm brewing an ale, I'll put it in buckets because I just don't have the space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be in the garage, so if I do buckets, I'd have to like put them in like a chest freezer or something. I'd have to kind of go that route. Like,
Yeah.
I'll just do that, and I can do everything.
Put them in
there.
your wife's closet.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
probably keeps it in the perfect temperature.
You haven't met my wife yet.
No, but I've met
Well,
wives.
she's got to be pretty cool. Yep.
Yeah, that's what she was like. How much? Where's this going? I was in the garage. She's like, how big is this? Oh, it's super small. Don't worry.
What's even going to be even more funnier is when your friends walk in, they're going to go, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Breaking Bad shit?
Yeah. Right.
Because if they don't know,
Oh, no,
you
people don't know. Yeah.
know.
Do they have a talk?
Yeah.
You could have a lot of fun with that, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if they're coming in and the garage door's open, and they look at it and go, shut the door, shut the door.
Did you smell old Blue when you got here this morning?
Oh, yeah.
I caught a skunk. So
Oh, no.
I think the stuff got in. I just washed it this morning. It doesn't
I was
smell
wondering
that
why
bad.
it was parked that way.
Yeah.
I smelled it. It was terrible.
That's why I use that truck.
You know, it's mating season right now for those things. They're everywhere.
It's also
Oh, really?
chicken.
It's also chicken season.
Chicken eating season.
Oh, shit. I got a little Jacoby dog, and there was one behind the house, and Emily was out there, and Gracie was out there, and here come around the well house,
Oh, no.
tail up, Gracie, you know, it's like, no,
Oh,
and she,
no.
I mean, she's a fast dog, she run right up, and that sprayed her right
Oh,
over
I
the top of her
got
head.
Charlie
She was
really.
like, woo!
I got Charlie really good the other day. I saw it running. I was like, oh.
I'm like, crap. And then the first, she's an inside dog, and she wanted to run in the house, and I had to shut the door. I went in and got my AR, and put it through the mouth, all the way come out the butt.
Dang.
It just fell right over.
Dang.
I see you in the chat. No, Todd had to scoop it because it's for his chickens. It's his chicken, so he scoops. Fair is fair is fair is fair.
I can't believe how strong it is. Because all I did was get it on the metal and I washed it out.
Yeah.
Left it in the sun all day. It's still strong.
Call my dog. Or your dog.
What do you want me to call it?
In here. Or you call him Murray.
Hey, come back.
Yeah, you call him that too. He's like, I gotta find a stick because I'm hungry. I don't feed him.
Okay, I got it inside. I'm not responsible from this point forward.
Hey, you're good.
What's up, bub?
Let's see.
In the chat, Clay was asking, Todd, isn't Todd the boss? Shouldn't someone else be scooping the grain?
Shouldn't it be me, probably?
But no, what I said is because it's for your chickens. So,
Well, and because you don't acknowledge me as being the boss.
Whoa, whoa. That too.
This is the
Right.
timer,
Yeah, cut 30 now.
and so what had happened, it had come loose right here. So I'm
We're
just
getting
gonna
my
change
mug
that.
off the
Okay.
screen. What is that
Okay,
time?
so-
Oh, that.
Now all we need is 4 more bags of hops. You do 2 and I'll do 2. I don't love the way this smells.
Yeah.
Murray, you don't want that, dude. It'll hurt.
Yeah, you don't want to eat one of those either. They're bitter.
Yeah.
One of the things, sometimes you'll start to see a little rust on the bottom, particularly if you leave a little moisture in there.
Right.
On any kettle. I mean, I've seen it happen on every kettle. This stuff is great. It actually has a chemical
Hey, James,
reaction that'll-
in the chat asking, do you have any decent gluten-free beer recipes?
No.
Don't laugh.
No, actually, you know what? That
Some
might
people-
not be a bad thing to try.
It wouldn't be a bad thing.
Because I'd like to see exactly what the difference would be.
And also, we have, you know, a good friend of the show, Corey, Miss Cider on Instagram. You know, some people are celiac and want to enjoy it. And a lot of the times for beer, a lot of times hop tea
how do you
is what
figure it
they're
out?
been resorting to drinking,
do
right?
just-
Or now that sparkling hop
We use a
water.
product called
But
Brew.
gluten-free beer, like
Yeah.
Athletic
It's
Brewing,
just mixed with
is real
hot
popular in it.
And what I
And
do
they're
is I
also
rinse it out
gluten-free and
with some
non-alcoholic.
lemon in the
It's the whole
bottom.
thing. I don't
Or
know
just use
If
one.
I want to do the non-alcoholic part. But gluten-free would be interesting to try.
I'm not opposed to a non-alcoholic beer if it tastes like beer.
Right, there you go.
That's the thing. Is
That's the
that
trick.
maybe the alcohol is what also gives it that flavor as well as the
Yep.
alcohol kick.
Yep.
We have, oh yeah, we have
Yeah.
a package of these, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now take one of these.
Yeah, here's this one.
Perfect.
I think I've actually I used
You're
that
right in
one.
front of the camera.
So this one's brand new. It's stainless steel, so that's a safe way to
Oh,
clean.
okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
And we got some brew clean. We can give you a little bit of brew clean. That helps too.
Unlocked.
Okay. I'm just gonna put this here,
Okay.
just to get it so it doesn't all drain on the floor right now.
So we just started our 30-minute hop edition, and I set the clock for 15.
Okay.
That way we'll be at the 15, and then we can add our final hop edition when we're done, and we can start chilling.
Okay.
And then what we do is when we get to the final 15 minutes, I'm gonna hook up the chiller and start circulating through, so that'll help. It's rinsed, but it'll help sanitize the inside of the chiller. Just like you would do if you were using a coil chiller, you want to put the last 15 minutes of the boil, just sticking it right in.
Notice that
the
I'm doing
bottom.
the cleaning too. Josh is way too busy doing the cleaning.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm working over here. Very busy typing.
So he's always really busy when the cleaning.
We had a wort. Normally I stack the buckets and there was some wort in one of them and it soured yesterday. And I was getting everything ready and Todd come walking in because I thought it was my feet.
I took my shoes off and then all of a sudden he opened that stuff up and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to wash these shoes or something. This is kind of embarrassing. And then my wife, to make it worse, my wife came in and she goes, is that you? She knew what had happened, but yeah.
Oh gosh. So it's amazing. When we had the big system, you can imagine we'd have, 50, 60, 70 pounds of grain in
I
that
see your
cooler
question,
when we
Clay.
got
I'll ask
done.
him
And one time in the middle of summer, I left it
after
like
this
a week.
story.
I didn't dump it. It's a whole new meaning of smell. I mean, it's the kind, I washed it out in the back of I had a truck at the time, and went down a dirt road and dumped it, and then left the cooler in the back of my truck, came back home, and then rinsed it out.
Mm-hmm.
And just the liquid coming out of that stained the paint in the bed so bad that when I went to get my oil change, the dealership complained of the smell.
Did they really?
This is the Brew Clean. That's the best stuff I've ever
Hey
used.
James,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
in the chat, could you technically do a rice lager?
That's gluten free.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just gonna do, I'll tell you what, just go in and Google a rice, a cereal rice, a cereal rice mash or a rice mash. Because you got to figure out how to turn those into starches that can turn into sugars.
Right.
So the Japanese, that's all sake is rice turned into alcoholic
Right.
beverage.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. But Google that. That's a good thing. Get back to us, and if you have something that works.
And someone followed up and said, I've read about using sorghum with hops, but I
Definitely.
haven't tried it. That's the method I've read the most about,
Yeah.
is people using sorghum.
Yeah, and sorghum is, if I believe right, it's completely fermentable. So you can, I think there's a company that's making sorghum beers that you can get on the shelf. If you go to like Total Wine or Warren, I bet they have those, or Specs, I bet they have that beer.
I think you're right.
Yeah. It's either sorghum or it's molasses, but it's always something I always wanted to try. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Oh, good. The brewing stuff.
I agree.
Boiling everything. So, the only thing you have to sanitize is when you cool the wort down.
Yeah,
So
okay.
your fermenter, your keg, all those types of things.
Got it.
And you could argue you don't even really need to sanitize the keg because the beer has alcohol in it, but I always do. I mean, why not? It's not gonna hurt anything.
Okay.
Then if you did have some kind of buggy that can get in there, you kill it. So, yeah.
Okay. Cool. Do you need help with anything?
If you want to come out, if you want to.
Get my dumb dog.
Andrew, sorry, I was tending to my dog. I don't know how long ago you commented. Today we are brewing a Dusseldorf Altbier. The Dusseldorf Altbier from right there, Mr.
Yay.
James Carlson.
I hope it turns out right, though.
It's gonna, or we're gonna pretend like it doesn't.
Yeah, it's going to be the best alt beer as far as y'all know.
That's right. As far as they know, yeah. If we do a live drinking and our faces don't look convincing, that's just for the show. Yeah, we're doing. I guess. I mean, it's a 15-gallon batch, but we're probably yielding a little bit more.
Yeah, we're going to end up with 18
18 gallons.
Yeah. The
And
problem with that is we have 20-gallon kegs, and when I talk about 20, I'm talking to the very tippy top of the rim.
right.
So you can do big volume batches like that. You just got to be real careful and watch your boiling.
Yeah.
You want a nice, slow, rolling boil. You got to monitor it.
Yeah.
If you're going to do that kind of a yield from that small of a kettle, you just
Yeah.
got to watch it.
Just be on it, Johnny on the spot. Yeah.
Yeah. And we've been boiling for 30 minutes,
Yep.
and actually 40 minutes.
40
now.
minutes. Yeah. 40.
And it's at 18 gallons right now.
So in 5 minutes we'll do our last edition. And
Yeah, I'm gonna hook up our chiller, and then we're gonna see you, Bill.
Hasta lunes.
So we're gonna
Bien
hook up.
fin de semana.
Thank you.
So yeah.
Okay, so what we're gonna do here, the next step is I'm gonna take and we're gonna 15 minutes to the end of the boil. We're gonna do our final hop addition. I'm gonna hook up my counterflow chiller and go ahead and let it start circulating. It's rinsed, but with any counterflow chiller that has wort inside of it, you just want to make sure that it's sanitized so it doesn't infect the batch.
Yep.
And then we just chill it down when we're done with the boil. Let it go to town. Good thing we have tap water that's cold, and we can hopefully it won't take that long to get to pitching temperature. Be around 70 degrees.
Something people have asked me, and we can address it now. Do you like to get it to pitching temp before going into a fermenter that will be hooked up to glycol? Do you still like to cool it down?
It's not as important. I'll be honest with you. In the summertime, we have fudged on that, and we would
Right.
do 80 degree, and then turn the chiller on, and
Yeah.
it will stabilize.
Right.
It kicks the yeast a little bit.
Right. So I didn't, because people ask and I go, well, I don't have a glycol set up, so I can't answer that. But
Right. Yeah. And if you don't, you absolutely critical. We need to be at 70 degrees.
Right.
Just to keep from creating off aromas and flavors, because at room temp, it's going to take a lot longer to go from 80 to 70.
Yeah.
In that time frame, it's going to supercharge that yeast. Yeast love warmer temperatures.
yeah.
But it can also create some off flavors that you probably don't want. And to avoid that, it's always safe to be around 70 degrees.
Yep.
Also, coincidentally, you don't want to be too cold on the L yeast because it'll just go dormant and you won't have any activity. So just you follow the package instructions on the yeast, and as long as you do that, you'll be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. I need to go check on my dog too.
Yeah, no problem.
Was that your phone? I would love to play music.
On our brew days. But on the January 1st brew day that I did, I played 9 seconds worth of a Texas Tornadoes song. And if you're not from Texas, you probably don't know Texas Tornadoes, but Google's algorithms definitely do, because they try to take over. Like, we don't normally monetize hardly any content on our channel. some of the how-to videos we will monetize because they're not a sponsored video. But if we have like a sponsor for a video, like a podcast episode, I don't monetize it. But this video, I got an email from our January 1st brew day. It's like, oh, monetization's been turned off because of a copyright claim from Warner, TGM, or whatever. And they're monetizing it now. And I was like, what the heck? And it was that 8-second clip of a Texas Tornado song. And so I ended up being able to edit it and mute it to get their copyright claim off of it. But it was just like 8 seconds. Like I used to stream. I used to be a streamer on the old Twitch and video games, like back in the Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4 days. So this was like 2011, 2012, 2013. And playing full-fledged playlist of music and never got tagged or flagged once. Never got had an issue with copyright. And now you hum a song and they take your video down, or they take it over and monetize it, and it's just so frustrating. But I would love to. That James, that was the only complaint I think he had this whole day, was he loves to blast music usually, and today I was like, we can't, man. We're on the live stream. Yeah, Freddie Fender, exactly. That's why I played it. I was like, I want to listen to some Freddie Fender. And I was trying to think of the name of the super group, because he was in another group too, not Texas Tornadoes, called like, not Los Super Group, but they were good. Whatever his other group was. Freddie Fender was just incredible. Love Freddie Fender. And he was from, Todd's wife is from San Benito, and that's where I'm pretty sure, what is going on with this thing? I'm pretty sure Freddie Fender was also from San Benito. So, small world. But anyway, I appreciate everyone who stuck around with us. I'm not going to shut the stream down yet. Once we get our last additions in and all that, James will do a wrap up, and we'll y'all don't need to see the chilling and that. You've seen our brew days before, because I got to start packing up so I'm heading home, especially before the real cleaning starts. So. Not leaving y'all yet, but just giving you a heads up. The stream, I can't believe it's already been 4 hours worth of streaming. So I appreciate if y'all are brewing, please tag us, especially if you do Instagram at Homebrew Happy Hour. I want to see what y'all are brewing. I love sharing those in our story. I love getting tagged on all those kinds of posts. It's my favorite kind of stuff, favorite kind of content. So, what's going on, boss man?
I mean, well, and it could be too. What I've run into in the past is what's that?
You know what the other one is?
I gave it to him.
Oh, I thought you get this one.
Oh no, I did give it to him. Sorry about that, Kurt.
They should have brewed a goodbye Kolsch for you. I know, dude. Well, Todd's getting annoyed because I have been brewing so much Kolsch, but I'm happy with it. I think what I want to do is take home next trip. So I'm coming up again Monday. When I leave Wednesday from that trip, I would like to take home to brew another Kolsch. That's my plan. Brew another Kolsch and pitch on top of the cake that I have currently going, and the batch that's fermenting now. It's actually it's in secondary cold conditioning, and I'm not going to keg it yet. I'm going to take home for Wednesday, and then maybe that following Saturday, brew another 10-gallon batch, transfer to the kegs from what's in cold conditioning, and then pitch the new batch on top of that cake and add another pack of yeast. Or I don't know how to do it. If you're reusing yeast, do y'all ever supplement, or do you just rely on the previous cake? Because I don't get straight in. Well, Todd doesn't hardly ever pitch on top of the old batch, and James I think goes back and forth. So I'd love to know what y'all do if you're reusing yeast. Do you supplement with fresh yeast as well, or do you just go, I'm trusting last generation and that's it? But anyways, let me kick over to, there we go, the multicam. My dog is, I don't know if y'all hear him. That's annoying though. Woof. Woof. He doesn't like being in there. And I'm going to kill my thing so I can go check on my pup.
Full pound, wow. Absolutely. Yeah, hell yeah. Uh-huh. That's cool. I would love to hear that. Wow. 4.5 hours. That's awesome. We started this at 11, and I just did the last 15-minute hop addition, and I'm circulating my chiller. Yeah, yeah. Right. What? Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wow. Right. Right.
So we're doing counterflow there.
Oh, which,
Do you not have a measurement? Oh,
Well, good. Definitely. Yeah, no problem. Well, I'm glad it's working out for you, Kurt. That makes my day. It really does.
Never added extra yeast, but I've always added nutrients. Yeah, I would definitely still add the nutrients. You get way more yeast cells when we're pitching than coming into this
Yeah,
packet.
right.
That's a good point.
Well, I'd like. Well, and I'm telling you, really seriously, if you ever have any issues or anything, I'm just a phone call away, and I mean that. So, don't feel free to call me anytime. Yeah, no problem.
you should watch how he does this.
No, I learned how. Yeah.
How you do
I didn't actually do it wrong. I just didn't do it the best way. So I bought one of those wortometers.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
$20.
We're looking forward to
I
it.
paid
Hopefully,
for
we
it.
can get over
The grandfather makes it, so you put it in line, so you can see what the temp is of your work before you
Yeah.
before you transfer.
Okay.
Cool.
I just need to throttle it.
All right.
That's what I didn't
Yeah,
do.
okay.
Why were we using
Sounds
this way?
good, Kurt. All right.
I'll do it.
See you. Bye-bye. Sorry about that.
I didn't know that.
I think he does it a lot, yeah.
James, before we kill the stream, or you're using the counter flow.
Yeah, I didn't know if we were going to do the other one. I don't have it set up.
No, perfect.
Normally what I do is the last 15 minutes of the boil, I'll just circulate it through this to kind of sanitize it.
Yep.
And then I'll hook the water up to it and start chilling down. But it's, the pumps, for some reason the pump's not one to, sometimes it'll do a little cavitating. And, but once it gets going, it'll get going. And it's probably because it's so low and there's a restriction. You gotta be real careful on something like that. 'Cause let's see if I can move that up, if that makes a difference. And it could have sucked in some hops.
Try it.
Yeah, it, there it goes.
Working.
Slowly. There it goes.
There we go.
Yay!
Hey.
Let's say if it does suck in, you have to
You
take
just,
it all off and
sometimes you just let it run and it'll eventually work its way out. The worst case, I'll shut off all the valves, take the pump head apart, and flush the particulates out of that. But once we get a good whirlpool going, now we're still boiling, but once we're done, it's like I just added the last hop addition, and we've got 4 minutes left. I'm gonna go ahead and turn the power off, let it continue to circulate, because it's still anything above like 180, it's gonna do what you want it to do as far as to kill any bad bacteria.
okay.
Todd, I've got that circulating. If you don't mind, I gotta make a phone call to a customer, but when that thing counts down, turn the alarm button off and turn the heat switch to the center.
So then it's
Just
shut
shut the
But keep the pump on.
yeah, just keep the pump going and just turn the heat off, and then you'll have to turn that alarm off, just because you're driving that.
I'll help you.
Yeah.
If you're free. We'll be here.
So,
What I'm gonna do now, we're gonna end the stream. We're getting to the chilling part, getting to the fun stuff, but I'm gonna start packing up and hit the road for the 3.5 hour drive I've got coming up. It'll take me like an hour to break down. So, and also I don't want y'all to see me ditching out on the cleaning. That's embarrassing. So just assume that I stuck around and I'm going to be helping with the cleaning. Anyway, thank you everyone who joined us for this brew day. Again, we're brewing on the Brautag 20-gallon Herms vessel, 3-vessel Herms system. One of these days I'm going to learn how to speak English. And we're brewing a Dusseldorf Altbier, which is the featured recipe for our Trub Club for the month of February. You can learn more at patreon.com/homebrew happy hour. Join. You still have time to join for January's. Our buddy Fred, Blind Brew Guy, just joined today, and he'll get the Smash IPA, which is with Galaxy, 5 ounces of Galaxy hops for that recipe for January. And then, yeah, the true to style Dusseldorf Alt Beer for February. Good brewing starting off 2022. So if you have any brew days this weekend, tag us on Instagram at Homebrew Happy Hour. Obviously on Facebook, use hashtag Brew Day, hashtag Homebrew Happy Hour, hashtag Kolsch, even if you're not brewing a Kolsch. and all that fun stuff. I hope you'll all have a great weekend. I'll see you Monday for the 3rd episode of Booze News Weekly. And I think Todd's talking about brewing this weekend. We're not live streaming that, but we'll update you on next week's episode of Homebrew Happy Hour podcast if he does end up brewing. He's saying a Belgian quad. He has crazy ideas. But anyways, we greatly appreciate you guys, and I hope you'll have a great weekend. Take care.